All right. Hey, everybody. It says we're live and already got a panel started. Kevin was the first volunteer, so hope we get some more people up. Uh, Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Anthony asked me to do like a stream takeover. I think more than anything, just to hold his time, and this is a one-time thing, of course. Um, but didn't no direction about topic or anything like that. Um, and I was in Dave's stream last night, and I think GRB suggested like tips and tricks for buying fish online, and so that's a good topic, and it's one that most people, whether or not they bought fish or are planning to, can participate in. So that's what I thought we would do.
Yes.
We'll stick to that format like Anthony does his topic, and once it's exhausted or we reach an hour, then hang out. So let's see. Merdul's saying hi to us, Kevin, and I'm going to just go through real quick. Somebody might notice I'm in a little different orientation. I'm sitting on my new handy dandy standing chair, standing stool, or whatever. Yeah. And I was not happy that I couldn't get the desk that goes with it, but I'm hoping to find one tomorrow, a standing desk that you can stand at or sit at up high. There's Merdul. There is BJ Palmer.
Yeah, there's Poe.
Yep.
I see her. I see Jay's Beta. Welcome. I think they just came in.
There's Kevin in the stream, in the chat.
Yeah, I was saying hi to everybody earlier.
Thank you. There's Lunatic Friends, Chewy. Let's see. Max Aquatics, hey buddy. Alan Matthews, hello. Rocco's again. Some good conversation going on there. I always go back and read comments. So, Posiwi, which you said. George, Aquaballs. Oh, it jumped on me. There we go. Also having to look at this a little differently too. There, I'm back to my spot. Maybe the same people. It jumped on me again. So I'm going to go to the bottom, which is way down, and start back up.
I don't see anybody else that's in here besides the main people we mentioned.
There's Jay's beta.
Oh, Lauren Ashley.
And Jay's beta room's down there at the bottom.
Yep, I saw that.
Let's see if there's anybody else.
That's it.
Okay. Awesome.
I scrolled all the way up. Oh, Geek Boy, hello. Leah Jet, hello.
Leah.
Welcome.
Haven't seen you a whole lot lately. Good to see you. So anybody else wants to come up? I've got plenty of room, or we've got plenty of room. This is you guys' panel. I'm just the one that logged in to run it for Anthony. So you guys know what to do. We'll hang out a few minutes and see if anybody else comes up. But again, for people coming in just now, the topic we're going to kind of loosely talk about, it's just a discussion more than a presentation. I looked at a couple of articles and I don't remember most of what I scanned. Got some general ideas to bring up, but I really want to know what experiences you guys have had ordering fish online and what you look for when you're ordering fish online, that kind of thing. So, you ordered fish online, Kevin?
Yes, but I usually do more shrimp and plants because shipping kills me. It's like $60, so usually no. but I have gotten 2 or 3 places.
Yep. Do you mind saying where you ordered from?
So far, Aquahuna and LRB, only because those two allow you to do USPS 3-day shipping, and for the smaller fish and stuff, I think 2 to 3 day shipping is fine. When you get into the higher ones, yes, but
thank you for becoming a member, Kevin.
Of course, I don't know why I wasn't already.
Yep, awesome. I'm hoping to start up now that I've got my desktop monitor back. There's no reason I can't start posting weekly or more often member videos. I'm behind on them, but I did just get a monitor a couple of days ago, so I'm catching up.
Nice.
There's NKR Fishing and Outdoors. Welcome. Well, I have ordered from a lot of different places. Sometimes the shipping cost comes into play, but if it's something I know that's going to be fine, going 2 or 3 days, and USPS is running well at that time, I'll do that rather than pay higher shipping. But it's worth it. It's worth it to pay the higher shipping to make sure you get fish that aren't stressed and get in them.
Yeah.
Hey, Third Coast.
Definitely.
Welcome. Talking about shipping fish, and if you'd like to come up, there's a link up there, and I can post another one. So, anybody that wants to come up. But yeah, I have used both of those places. I got shrimp from Aquahuna and have been trying to get that link to go again. There it goes.
Hey, Zen Ginger.
Per usual. Chewy says, as I used to order fish through magazines and through jumps, of course, members of the American Libraries Association before the internet. I never did order anything, not even sea monkeys when I was a kid. I never did order anything online until maybe the last, I don't know, 6 or 8 years. Not very long at all. Not very long. Dan may very well be the first one I ordered from, or Lucas. One of those two. I hope Daniel's not going to join the discussion. What did you, besides the cost? He's in. Welcome. William Pridemore, welcome. Besides the cost of shipping, what other things did you consider? Like, for example, one that I always, when I first started ordering, was someone with a good reputation for the quality of their animals they're shipping, but also a good reputation record for the actual shipping process.
So I did.
You can maybe save some money and get things cheaper, but if they come in sick or dead, I mean, you're back to square one. So.
Well, so I look for shipping price. I look for usually live arrival guarantee.
The problem is all my betas I want are overseas. So how do you get them?
That makes sense.
A transshipper, or how do you go about that? Welcome, Mike. Appreciate you coming up.
Hey, Bob, Kevin.
Hey.
And then there were 3. Scott says hi, Kevin.
Hey, Scott.
What is that? If there's a no DOA guarantee, I'll look deeper into their reputation. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Really good idea.
Yes.
What about you, Mike? I know you've ordered things online.
Yeah, I've ordered some fish off of eBay. Mostly good.
Yeah.
Really?
Have you?
eBay.
Go ahead.
I had one Oscar that the shipper didn't know what he was doing and sent a single bag and no heat back. Of course, it didn't make it, but I've ordered some frogs online.
Yeah. All that. How are they doing?
Seem to be all doing good.
I know there was a delay on them, and you were really worried about them.
Yeah, I was worried about the Pac-Man frog. He was in transit 4 days, but
I'm glad.
Oh yeah, I
I
remember.
felt like he would, but I was hoping more than anything.
yeah. I didn't film all the
James.
unboxings. I gasped when I opened the box because he looked all shriveled up, but he started
Yes,
kicking.
Yeah.
Yes, Pride more.
I sent Pam some, probably 3 months ago, some crayfish. 4 of them, I believe, in single bags because they really on each other. I found out the hard way in a bag in the dark. But they had ice in the bag on the water, a little sheet of ice. So it had to be 32 in the bag at least. And
Yeah.
she was ready to throw them all out, but she thought she saw one's leg move, but she thought it just kind of fell over or something. But she put it aside, and it's doing well. She doesn't see it. She hadn't found its carcass, so she feeds it every day, and she hadn't seen it. That's kind of the way those are, anyways. Kind of the way. Body choppy. That's what Kevin was telling me. I don't know if it's picking up. I'm actually sitting on top of this tank, and I don't know if it's picking up all the filtration down there. Maybe I'll try moving. I want to push on that tank. I move over to here one that's not so. I'm on my new elevated stool. I'm trying it out to see if I really like it. See if that helps any.
That does. That
Got
does seem
my
to help with it.
sound issues resolved. Be back. See if that's better. Oh my God, I feel like I'm on a stage with all that light. All right.
Better to see you.
All right. Over 50 and
Hello,
fabulous.
Edgar
Welcome.
Reyes.
Great to have you stopping in.
Over
Edgar Reyes, welcome.
Yep.
Have you ever ordered fish online,
Chubby
Edgar?
Guppy.
That's kind of what we're
Hey.
talking about and what kind of experience we've had with that and what we look for when we're ordering. There was, I'm trying to think, I only found one place that when I was like looking at the reviews had such a horrible the reviews, and they were still selling things, and I just felt really bad for all those, expensive things, discus and all that.
Yeah.
And people were unboxing, and they would be dead, and I don't think they had like a alive policy or anything, and so I never ordered from them, but I do see. Hey, Oliver. I hope you got your business taken care of today. He was messaging me. We were talking a little bit today. So there's Anthony. Can't stay.
Crystal,
Thank you,
Anthony.
Bob. I appreciate you. Oh, you're welcome. Can't get a
Hey,
big
Crystal.
panel going, Anthony, but we're having a good discussion on ordering fish online. So then we're going to kick back after that. Hey, Crystal. Welcome. Glad to do it, Anthony. I may ask for the same thing sometime.
Yeah, one thing I found, you can't really trust the reviews on eBay.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, how do you figure out who to get from them?
I'm trying to think if I've ordered anything alive on eBay. I bought a car on eBay once.
Yeah.
It was pretty
car?
accurate. It was a little, like 78 Mercedes diesel to commute the last few years I worked. think I paid $1,000 for it or something.
Yeah, I think that seller got the Oscar he shipped without heat pack or anything. I think he had like 99% rating, so
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't like. I buy some
I
plants,
didn't
but
order from them.
I don't like ordering a
Saw one place
lot
that
from
wanted a
eBay.
video of you cutting the tail off the fish to prove that it was dead to get a guarantee. What?
What?
Wow. That's a new one on me.
yeah, that William, that Oscar that didn't make it, they wanted me to cut the fish in half.
Hey, Adkins.
Maybe that's the
Really?
same place.
That's weird.
Alan says he hears some bubbling here, but that's a good fish room kind of noise. Your audio is a bit choppy though, and the volume is fluctuating. Well, I don't know what's going on. I turned the volume up a little bit before because Kevin was having trouble hearing me and trouble hearing him, but I could hear him on there. Maybe we'll get through it. I'll try to speak up a little bit. Try to speak up. Hey, Ian.
Hello, Ian.
Hey, Ian.
Just finished Burlington, now to Everett. Are you driving? I know you have bought some fish online. I was going to ask you some questions about it, your experience. I think most of what you have you probably bought online or got it from other people like Kenny and people close by, other fish fans. What are you working on, Kevin? I meant to ask you a minute ago and I forgot.
Just a mesh.
It looks like a
fried trap.
at my old house.
Fried trap.
Okay.
Live bears.
Let's see. It looks opaque.
I finished some spawning mops. I have the darker green, and then I have some yarn, lighter yarn. Skipper was giving me a hard time about that, but you know, it's Skipper.
What did you? Oh, you're making a breeder box.
Yeah.
Yep, breeder box. That's my guess. Yeah, I was looking at William. I was looking at aquatic arts. I've never ordered anything from there. I'm in search of some.
Thought about it, but they don't have what I want right now.
Them are the zebra Pinoy, the blue zebra Pinoy angelfish. But I don't think they're really Pinoys. And they had that exact fish, but it's sold out, of course. And then I started looking at their specials and their things that were on sale, and of course, all of them were out of stock. That's the thing that I've always consistently had with aquatic arts is they're always in stock on things that I. It's better than it used to be, but they didn't have the angels. So. Let's see, the Bailey brothers out of the USA, various different FJ breeders and other people used to advertise in TFH, the Fish Hobby magazine. Each one was very successful for that type of business back at that time period. So they sold fish online, Chewy. See, I never read any fish magazines until I was probably 30 or 35. It was 30 or 35 years ago.
Hey, Patty.
Never had them. Yeah, Ian, that's what they keep telling me. So I don't know what to. It may just be me being so tired. I don't know. I've turned my mic almost all the way up. Hey, Patty. Patty said we're going to kick back after midnight, and it's after midnight. There you go. I'll tell you what, I'll get away from the bubbling.
No, not in a while.
I didn't even have to get up. I was already up. Slid off the chair.
I need to.
Get down here in my little cockpit kind of thing. I seem to have better acoustics. Oh, at least I'll be away from the bubbling. Now,
Patty.
there we go.
Giveaway
Let's
master.
talk.
Hey.
Let me know if
Ooh,
that's
Pam's in the
better.
house. Pam's in the
Is
house.
Pam here?
She just came in. She just said hello.
Pam Young
Giveaway
hasn't
master
come
also
in
just
here,
came
or
in.
has he, Kevin? Or Mike? Yeah,
Patty
Marge
just
is not
came in.
here. But I bet you when we start
Pam just
saying
came
Pam
in.
to be here, can't get my stick to stay up.
Can you hear me?
What's your
I can, Kevin.
Bob, can you hear me?
Pam's working? My camera's slowly sliding down. It's one thing saying fancy guppy strains, quite another stating show-winning guppies, Ketter's Aquatics, for example,
Hey,
as that
Priscilla.
is a misleading term unless you have won a class in a fish show. Yes, yeah, and some people, and I may have done that, I'm not sure, but I'm always careful, like the two strains of Luke Roebucks that I have. I'm always careful to give credit for who has worked on them, like Doug Gray, 10 years on the Roebuck Reds. But you know, they're both blues and the reds are both legendary fish, of course. But I haven't done anything with them except to call out any that didn't look like they should, and that's few and far between. There's that. What else?
Bob, you are clearer and louder now.
I am what
Can
now?
you hear me?
You're clearer and louder.
So it was picking up the aquarium, I bet.
Can you hear Kevin?
I don't think it was paying attention to us.
I'm talking, but you're not listening. I don't know whether you can't hear
Can't hear
me
you
or...
now. Are you
Okay.
muted?
No?
Didn't say you are. Can you hear me now? Well, evidently he can hear me because he's talking to me.
Yeah.
Can
All
you
right.
hear me?
That's Mike was asking you if you could hear me. He said he could hear me better. So
Could you hear
I'm
me?
probably 50% closer to the mic, and I'm away from that water. So I won't try that trick again.
Can everyone else hear me or no?
Where's my chair? There's my chair, my standing chair. So that's what I was doing, was standing in that, and trying to check it out. I literally just got it on the back of the truck. Zen says they hear all of us, so that's good. I was being choppy, Zen, and I was up there by the filters, the hangout, so I think that's what. Given a heritage of a strain is one thing, but it's one term that I feel is being overused. I saw that Murdo, I'll come back to it, but is being overused. There's been many generations of those strains long since, and a strain can fall apart. Oh, for sure, Chewy, for sure. Yeah, and that's why I'm real careful. He said we can hear Kevin. Pam said she did it all in caps. Could you hear him, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear Kevin.
Okay. It looked like he was just moving his lips. So, all right.
Can you hear me?
And Merdul says I have selective hearing. Is Bob willfully ignoring Kevin? Will Kevin stand for it? Patty said. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Can you hear me, Bob?
Now, I have no idea what he said because I can't hear him. I can hear Michael. Hopefully he's going out and coming back in. Patty hurt his feelings now. He hurt his feelings. Let's get Patty in now.
He's in. Damn.
All right. Hopefully he'll come back up. That's weird. There goes a hope. That's weird that everybody can hear you except me. I guess that is selective hearing. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you perfect.
That is so weird. I don't
Hear
know
you
why.
loud and clear
Coming back
now.
in
Yep.
to help.
I'm sure they were hearing you as well as I can. But they were probably like, Bob must be punking him or whatever. But I wasn't. I couldn't hear you. I was trying to read your lips.
Oh, they were saying you were just ignoring me, which, I wouldn't put past you.
No, I wouldn't do that. You're my newest member, and you're also on the panel. I wouldn't. What is that old expression? My that you're old by. Cut off my nose to spite my face. No, I wouldn't do that.
I think Bob was effing with Kevin. Yeah, I know, Zen. That's what I thought at first.
Patty's being Patty. I think Bob was effing with Kevin. I really wasn't, Zen. I couldn't hear him. I could not hear him. I can hear him perfect now, loud and clear.
All good now.
Now
Good.
I can't hear Mike. No, I am playing that time. Did you say something, Mike?
Mike, I can't hear you. What did you say, Mike?
I know.
Probably don't want to know what I said.
Uh-oh. Well, this is whatever, the late stream. So Chewy says, I know the type of work that Doug Ray has done with guppies too, and the full red line was developed by Ed Kayson, although other red strains from
Was developed
strain
in
was
Russia.
developed in Russia. Yeah, we had that discussion. Remember, Chewy, when actually we kind of left a stream and we're having it looking at things, so that was fun. Well, I'm trying to see if anybody's made any comments about what we were talking about, because I don't want to ignore anybody that participated. There's Nevaeh. My fish must be happy. Two pair of Jack's empty spawns. Hello. You can please call me Bob, Nevaeh, if you would like. If you would like. Kevin, you keep calling me Mr. Kaler, though.
Rigel, I don't know about that. He does usually, except he seems to banter a lot with Skipper.
Sorry,
The
I
two of them
know.
seem to go back and forth.
Giveaway master. Thank you very much for the. Is it a super or super chat? It's a super chat. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Who are you talking to, Kevin? Are you talking to yourself? I don't see any Rachel in there. I see Rocco. Oh well. Let Bob finish talking, Kevin. I think I am finished talking, Ian. Oh, I was just going to ask you when you said you could barely hear me. Okay, I'm reoriented to task now. And I was just saying, I know that you have bought fish online, and that's what we're kind of talking about. Like, what experience have you had with that? What do you look for when you're considering buying fish? And, just basically, what's been your experience with it? Who have you bought from, if you want to share that too? Yeah, it looks like you got it, Kevin. You see that?
What? You didn't read the whole thing then.
No.
No, I'm down for this.
Giveaway Master says, Kaler, I've been watching your channel for a little while now. Love the content. Keep it up. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very, very informal, and videos are unedited, of course. You see that the first 10 seconds. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, none of my bids are edited either.
My attitude?
No, none of my bids are edited either.
Oh, edited too. Gotcha. Yeah, my hearing must be bad. Daniel barking occasionally doesn't help. First FGA's at Keller's Aquatic, that's from Lewis Wasserman. Yeah, I know that name. The Guppy Man before Stan Schubel. Yep. Yep.
IFGA only has Steven Kortler on it right now.
Only has what on it?
Steven Kortler on it right now.
Yeah. Oh, I understand, Master. I wish you hadn't done the super chat, but I do appreciate it. I would become a member right now if I were you anyway. I haven't been doing member content because I wasn't able to do it with the computer messed up. So, but I'm gonna start it back up. So wait a while. Wait a while. Pam saying hi to Chewy. I'm looking to see if Ian is still there. Bill says he's going to get on my nice list again. Well, I didn't know you weren't on it, Merdule, so something must have gone down I'm not aware of yet. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Are you still here, Ian? I don't think so. We all joke around with Bob, but Bob really would not do that. Oh, to act like I couldn't hear him. Yeah, I would, but I wasn't then.
Yeah. Only if it was Skipper.
If Skipper's been on my ass. Wait, I can come out and watch. He'll come on there. So no, I don't wish. I did. You're awesome. I was going to purchase some of your fish on my birthday, but I'm getting some beta fish. Okay. Awesome. What kind of betas did you get? And what kind of fish were you going to get from me? The moose. I don't know that name, Chewy. I can't pronounce that. Yeah, I'm not going to try. I've got some amazing good ones. 25 people in here. Yazzie just woke up fighting with Daniel. Verbal fighting. Yeah, I think Ian's gone. He must have been about to drive or something because he said he was heading somewhere else working.
I thought he said he wasn't driving though.
I didn't see that part. I asked him, but I didn't see the answer. I was trying to read your lips, so I wasn't watching the chat. Okay. Oh, okay. It's on Aqua Bid. They're out of Detroit. I still can't pronounce it though. Yeah, Doug has some really nice guppies. I can't remember, Mike. Do you follow Doug Gray?
Yeah, I do.
I thought you do, yeah. I came on to see what Bob did to Anthony. Is anyone else worried? Pam, if you had been timely, if you had bothered to arrive on time, you would have seen Anthony. And Priscilla, too, I believe. I thought somebody said she was lurking.
Hey, Griffin.
Ace Griffin. Griffin found us.
Bummer.
Found us. Griffin's got another bloodhound, I tell you. Sorry I didn't get to see you the other day, Griffin. Well, I think we've talked all we need to talk about the shipping thing.
Things are about to go
Hi,
bad.
Rocco.
Cat on the keyboard.
Uh-oh. I'm not plagued with cats tonight. I think because I got after all three of them at different times for getting on my new chair. I had it in the kitchen for bringing it. Rocco's heading out. Thanks for stopping, Rocco. Appreciate it. Griffin.
Looks like Griffin found you.
Yep. He sure did. Yeah, Rocco said you'll be nice to me, so there you go. There you go. You don't want to mess with Rocco. A lot of breeders of fish are not really on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. I have not, Chewy.
No.
Whiskers and Aquatics. Oh, I'm not familiar with your channel, so I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad you're here.
I don't think I've seen that one before either.
Check you out after our little stream here. I was looking at your fish that I just got some dumbbell half moon betas. Oh, okay. I was just curious because I don't have betas for sale. I have several betas, but I was just wondered what you were looking at. I don't know what Daniel's problem is. Anthony's fine. He said he left a like and he couldn't stay long. Did you leave a like, Pam, by the way? Hey, Bryce. I'm glad you're here. I need to back up short. It's looking more and more like that.
Hey, gnarly.
Bryce is gnarly. I don't know if you knew that, Mike.
No, I didn't know what his name was.
I started remembering people's names, and how with my memory that I can do that, I don't know. It's like a freak of nature thing for me. But I pretty much can remember almost everybody's name. I mean, the people we see all the time. Gary Lang and Steven do. I was looking on the IFGA website. You haven't decided yet, Pam? Let me message her. I've decided something. Pam never lets up. You should have hit it when you came in. Yep. What do you have going on as far as breeding? Or breeding anything?
Breeding Maltese.
Oh,
Taking the first batch of them to the LFS tomorrow.
oh, okay.
Everything else is pretty much accidental.
Yeah. Did they give you a decent price, or you said that was the first batch?
Yeah, it'll be the first time. They're finally getting big enough.
It's good to have something to offset some of the costs of the hobby. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Lord knows it's expensive otherwise.
Other than that, that's about it.
Australia? Really?
Who are you talking to, Mike? I think he's talking to Chewy. I haven't intentionally been breeding anything for a while, but I'm about to. In fact, I'm trying to spawn my rainbow cichlids right now, and I've about decided the little fish I put the bigger one is a little male, and I don't see why I didn't see that or how I didn't see that, but I think it's a little male, and they're really easy to sex. But anyway, I'm gonna take him out and put a true female in there. Hey Terry, Kevin is sewing something. Wouldn't divulge what it was. I thought it was paper towels, but I guess not.
No, you couldn't hear me because we were having the sound issue, but yes, it is the breeder box.
Breeder box.
I'm just trying to,
It was.
I'm just trying to make a yeah, because unfortunately, I wanted to get a marina, but they're like $15 and then or $10 and then no 15 and then $10 for shipping, and I'm not paying that. So for live bears, I'm just using this.
A couple of years ago, Lee's online, not Lee's, what's his name? Big Lee's. Is it Big Al? It's kind of like Corey. He has all kinds of stuff you can buy online. Actually, has a whole lot more stuff you can buy, like all kinds of filters and stuff. It's Big Al's, and he's out of Canada, but there are a couple of stores in the northern states here. Somebody will say in there, but anyway, I ordered his sale, so I may have even won a coupon or something there. What's the link, Bob, if you want me to come up? Here you go. But I got a couple of the marinas then, and I've only used one of them once.
I'll take them.
And if I start breeding these, there you go, Terry. Start breeding these red tail high-fin patties that I got day before yesterday. I love these things, and so many good comments about them too in the two little videos I posted. They're really exceptional. So I will need one of them for sure, Kevin. I'll only charge you $15 to ship it.
Thanks, Scott.
Third Coast, thanks for stopping in.
Take
I
care,
would
Third
wait.
Coast.
It's usually $20. I would wait till it goes down. Giveaway master. Wait till the dollar per gallon sale at Petco.
Yeah. But yeah, I ordered a whole bunch of stuff. I think it's Big Al's, but all kinds of stuff. I ordered some little box filters, and I'm glad I did. I'm using them all too now. All kinds of things. Carbon.
We like using box filters over sponge filters.
Yes, box filters rock. Pam didn't like them because she couldn't get them to stay down. Bob, do you have any Tiger Severums? They do, but I haven't heard them called that.
Hey, I hate stupid people.
How you doing, Terry?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
Hey,
Terry.
Kevin, long time no see.
I know, so long.
We're having kind of a slow stream. So.
Slow stream?
Yeah.
Why is it slow?
Well, our topic probably wasn't that good. I don't think most of us, including me, are really interested in talking about it. So we've abandoned that and just kind of shooting the shit.
What was the topic?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Shipping.
Tips.
Sorry, not shipping. Online fish stores. Where to get fish.
And tricks
online.
for buying online fish.
Man, that's the thing, Bob. You and I, we're old enough to know about. We didn't have those options back in the day. The fish hobby has changed a lot just due to modern transportation, and being these fish farms from all over the world can ship within a day to, all these wholesalers anywhere in the world. Fish shipping in the internet is a thing, and it's going to continue to be a thing. And the people that are doing it right are going to eventually be leaders in the hobby.
Right.
I mean, people like Dan's Fish, he's definitely got the right idea. It's shipping fish does have issues, and I'm thankful that I don't have to do it because I live in a pretty populated area that I don't have to rely on shipping fish to get rid of, anything I breed.
Right.
But it is the future. It's going to be more and more a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to look online when I have something specific, like I'm wanting a certain angelfish now or a certain look, and I haven't really even looked at any of the LFSs because I know it's the little platinums and the mixed angels. That's fine, but that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I want to breed. So, Mike remembers those days too, and Chewy's been talking about some of the old fish magazines that I never even saw those things probably 30 years ago. But he was.
I remember the back of a tropical fish hobbyist magazine was just filled with ads of personal breeders that were shipping fish all over.
Yeah.
Hey, GRB.
I didn't ever have those magazines or access to them until like 30 years ago. So. Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of made the comment a while back on one of my fish profiles that I did about I was more talking about modern technology in the effect of how planes can go anywhere really fast, and we can move product and live product fairly easy now. But the person took it as he took it a little differently, and he was thinking that I was talking about, well, the technology in the fish tanks. The technology in the fish tanks hasn't changed. The technology in the fish tanks are the same as it was from the beginning. It's just a matter of what you want and how you want to decide to filter your tank and how involved you want to get into it and things like that. But you can't deny that the ability that there could be a fish in India and it could be at my front door in 2 days. That's a game changer. It really is.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, and with a lot of online stores going and breeders going to like Dan's Fish and Aquatic Arts, there are others that just do an overnight shipping. If you want a guarantee, that really, really makes it more attractive. Of course, it costs more. So.
Well, that's just it. I mean, your local fish shop is going to be your local fish shop. And it depends on where you live, on how dependent you are on a particular shop. I live in a well-populated area that still has a few mom and pop shops that are still hanging on instead of the big box stores. And I guess I'm lucky that way. But if you're living out in Tennessee somewhere or Missouri or, somewhere out in the Midwest where, your only option is the local Petco or PetSmart, your fish selection is going to be, horrible. Whereas you can go to the Wet Spot or Dan's Fish or there's a ton of them popping up to get what you want. Yeah, I definitely see. I definitely see us transporting more fish across the country than ever.
I had myself muted, or I had Daniel Hound muted. Hopefully he's over this bout. Giveaway Master was asking a question there, and I'm sure we'll get some comments on that. My opinion about them is I know my people at my local Petco and my local went right out. What was the other one? That's smart.
PetSmart.
That's awful. Anyway, I know I owe somebody some plants. I was just going to send them some plants, and I can't remember who the heck it is. Um, so hopefully she'll be in here and remind me. But yeah, I know the staff. PetSmart's new. It's only been here a year, maybe 2 years. But the Petco staff I've known for years, like taking ARC animals over there. We used to do that before we had our own building and do adoptions and stuff. So I trust them, and I know the ones that know, their stuff, and the ones that don't. And they'll tell me, no, no, don't get that. We're watching that. We're probably going to put it under quarantine and that kind of stuff. And they let me film stuff like that. But I'm learning that about the same PetSmart staff, and they're both pretty decent staff. They're not the typical comments you hear about. A lot of Petco and PetSmart. So I'm lucky in that. And I have learned too to get things that are hardy and be very selective with what I get. Like I have rainbows from there, Australian rainbows. I mean, where can you get those for $7? PetSmart are best for those. My goldfish came from PetSmart. Just trying to think of some other things. That strain of guppies over there, I'm crazy about, came from Petco that I'm breeding out. So it's just hit and miss. I don't think you can get everything there. I know they have different suppliers, but one big supplier. So that was a long answer, but I think it varies a lot from store to store.
It absolutely 100% does vary. It varies on the dedication of the particular staff at that particular store.
Yeah.
But I think the whole Petco pet thing in general was just an evolution. I mean, I'm not trying to badmouth the local mom and pop shop, but the local mom and pop shop was based on a system of having a wholesaler and a retailer where you were paying really high prices for equipment and, heaters, filters, the aquarium itself, the lights. And we were paying a lot of money because of the wholesale and retail system. Well, that whole system kind of went away, and then they just went, whoever can buy the most can sell it the cheapest, where that put the mom and pop shop at a way disadvantage because they couldn't buy as much, where Petco and PetSmart, they're buying entire warehouses of one single light,
Right.
And it was just an evolution, and we did lose a lot of really good mom and pop shops during that process, but some really good mom and pop shops still stayed their ground because they knew where their market was. So I'm like you. I have a good and a bad, Without Petco, I couldn't just go buy dollar per gallon tanks.
Right.
I couldn't go to my mom and pop shops and say, give me a 10-gallon tank for $10. They'd look at me and go, I can't even buy it at that price.
But I will say you buy different things at different places. Like I generally won't buy, at least at my Petcos, I won't buy a lot of fish from them because I know that they don't quarantine and they don't treat the fish as well. Whereas Bob,
wait, hold on a minute. How do they not treat their fish as well? Because 99% of the time they're getting them from the same wholesaler that the mom and pop shop is. Very few mom and pop pet shops actually quarantine their fish.
Yes, but I feel like the ones at Petco are not. Whenever I see the ones at Petco, at least around here, they don't look nearly as healthy.
Well, I mean, that's a possibility. And like Bob was saying, it depends on the store.
Exactly. And that's, yeah.
And that's true for even mom and pop shops. I mean,
Oh,
it's true all the way down the line.
Yep.
I'm just not going to badmouth the big box stores because they killed the mom and pop shops. But I think it was an unfortunate situation to happen to begin with.
All I'm saying, Terry, is I buy certain things from Petco and PetSmart, and I buy certain things from the mom and pop fish store.
Oh, sure. I'm the exact same
That's
way.
all I'm saying.
I'll buy the top dollar per gallon tank, but I'm not going to buy. I don't know. I sometimes buy fish food from there too. So
that's all I was saying is I don't. Whenever I seem to buy Petco fish, they seem to die. The dollar per gallon sales and the other equipment there.
I don't know. I bought fish from Petco's and PetSmarts before. The cool thing about them is because they do have that buying power, they can go straight to the fish farm and say, if a fish farm comes out with a new platy, a new designer platy, I guarantee you the Petco and PetSmarts are going to have it before the local mom and pop shop does, because they can go to that fish farm and say, we will buy all you produce. Where the mom and pop shop is going to say, well, I want 20 or I want 30.
And I don't know if that's possible, or if that's necessarily, because at least in my area, I noticed that a lot of beginners will get their stuff at Petco's, and you'll get a lot of things there, but the Petco's don't seem to cater towards the more experienced fish keepers, and they only have the more common things that
that depends on your local store and the guy in charge of that particular store's tank system. Because I have because I live in a well-populated area, I have like 5 Petco's within reasonable driving distance, and I'll say there's one that's really, really bad and exactly like you described. And there's another one that I walk in and I'm like, wow. They have fish that even I'm like, what fish is that? So it depends. It depends on the individual store and who is the guy that's in charge of the aquatic department and what's going on.
Yeah, and if you have a good relationship with them, a lot of stores will order things for you if it's on their list.
Oh, absolutely.
They don't mind, but people just assume that all they can get is what's there, but yeah. And sometimes you'll see things that you would never expect to see there just because their person buying fish is a hobbyist and wants the fish there. So
it definitely depends on who's taking care of that fish department.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's very true. It's like
I'm going to bow out for 1 second.
My LFS, I've done business with him for 50 years, but he's done nothing to keep up with the times. But I trust him.
The species might just be stale, right?
Yeah.
Like they might just be, the types of species they bring in might just be stale.
It's just, but I trust him. If I can get the fish from him, I will. My Petco, they just hired a kid that really knows what he's doing with fish and reptiles too. And I've heard him talking to people, explaining things to them, why they shouldn't get this fish or that fish or.
Yeah, they ask them what size is your tank, what other fish do you have. Both of mine do that.
Well, I bit my tongue so hard at the one LFS that I like that's about 20 or 30 minutes away from my house. I was in there and they sold a 5 or 10 gallon tank to a kid and the mother, and they're like, "Oh, why don't you set it up? Let the temperature heat up, and then come and get a beta." And I was like, "A beta," and I'm like, unless you give them like some biological media, probably not the best idea. But I mean, beta are usually better, or usually are pretty good about, or are pretty hardy. So I was like, okay, but it's hard because they don't have a lot of stock, and I think a lot of them they get a lot of fish from local breeders, and they don't seem to have a wide selection.
I have a question. I have a question real quick. Are we talking about this question by Cody?
That's why I highlighted it so I wouldn't forget it.
What is the this
I don't
part?
I don't know. I keep going back up and I don't see.
It says, how can this be used? Well, what's the this?
I
So
know.
Cody, if you could re-comment and rephrase that question, because it sounds like a really good question.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know what you mean by this.
And I didn't see it in time, because sometimes I'll just put in a question specifically for that, what we're talking about, and I just didn't see that comment early enough, so I'm not quite sure either.
And yes, giveaway master, that was an excellent topic you brought up. Thank you.
Yes, it was.
Who?
Giveaway master.
Giveaway master.
It's a pet smart question.
Oh, okay.
That
was a good question, actually. And I mean, the debate on what the big box stores have done to the mom and pop shops, that's a debate that's been going on for a really long time. And there's definitely 3 or 4 different angles you can approach our situation to.
Giveaway master, are you in the U.S.? You're asking
No,
about,
you can get a 20 long for $20.
That's why I was asking, because Petco has their 50% off sale, but it's pretty much $1 per gallon.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Right.
I would wait. I would wait till the $1 per gallon sale, though.
No, because the 20 long normal price is what, like $24, $25?
And it's
So
saying 35
price, that's cheaper than $1 per gallon.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, a little bit cheaper.
$35 for 20 long is a good price. And I'm saying, no, go to Petco.
Oh, okay. Saying being able to bring fish in the mail directly from Africa as opposed to a local breeder.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and the original question was...
We were discussing how to get fish online or that experience.
Well, first of all, the local hobbyist, you cannot yourself, in the United States, we're talking United States, as just a hobbyist, you cannot import your own fish. You have to go through a transshipper or something to that effect, unless you have an import license on your own. So the importers are going to be like people like Dan's Fish. He's an importer. He's going to import a whole bunch of fish of the same species at once. Does it affect local breeders? I think absolutely. It does allow local breeders to get different things, because local breeders get tired of breeding the same thing and they flood their local markets and they don't make money. So local breeders are better off kind of spreading out and breeding different things. So as long as we have the option to find what we want and what we want to breed as a hobbyist, I think that's good. I think back in the day when all this world travel didn't happen, the pet shops relied on hobbyist breeders more. but we didn't get as much variety as we get now. I think, like, if you look at like the guppies, the swordtails, the mollies back then in the 70s, when the pet shops were really dependent on local breeders, I think the quality was better, but we didn't have the oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? We didn't have the just the sheer amount of species either. I mean, we were really confined to what species we could get in, where now the world's our oyster. I mean, there's species like crazy. The variety, the sheer amount of species has changed.
The diversity of different types.
Yeah, thank you. Diversity. That might have been a word I was looking for. Where we didn't have that before.
Well, so that's one of the things that Giveaway Master also mentioned, which is he was wondering whether or not the diversity of genetics for fish breeders is having wild stock, and that it is depleting.
Yeah, I got that. I also got that, and I wanted to adjust. I wanted to address that as a different topic.
And in my opinion too, because his other comment was about more money for new types of fish. But I really think, at least for the local pet stores, people do really like the more common things as well. And so it's good to have both, because like guppies, I love guppies. I think a lot of people do. Other species and newer ones are very cool, and they are very expensive, but more people are gonna buy the less expensive, the more common things also.
Hey Kevin, have you actually priced a quality guppy lately?
They're pretty expensive. Quality.
Yeah.
Show guppies.
So price, I don't even think is an issue. Mainly because you can go down any rabbit hole you want in this entire hobby, and you're going to get expensive, and it doesn't matter the species.
But Giveaway Master said the more money they will make. And I don't necessarily think that's true, because even though they're less expensive for like common guppies, they still sell a lot.
Yeah, but you got to take into effect of what you're selling them for and what you paid to raise them out. Are you actually making money, or are you just breaking even?
Of course.
What I wanted to talk to, what I thought was interesting, was the question about genetics. And here's the thing that man, I've wanted to make a video about, but I wouldn't know how to start the conversation. So you kind of started it for me. And that people think a lot of times about fish genetics like mammalian genetics. And they're totally different. A mammal genetics, the way a mammal's genetics work, and the way a fish genetics work, and the way a pea genetics work, because that what was his name that did the experiments with the peas that taught us the whole genetics square? What was his name?
I know what you're talking about. I'm blinking.
Anyways, fish genetics are not like mammalian genetics. And I think a whole lot of problems that breeders talk about, especially in the guppy hobby, because that's I've been in the guppy hobby for a really long time. And a lot of people will blame bad genetics on a lot of people will blame bad husbandry on bad genetics. And they'll say, well, I've got all these problems. Well, a lot of those problems probably developed when the fry was really, really young, and it was either exposed to bad water conditions, or it didn't get enough nutrition, or it got the wrong nutrition. Believe it or not, you can take a fish and interbreed it for generation after generation after generation, and it will stay stable. So there's a whole bunch of people on the internet saying, well, you got to watch your genetics and you got to have influx of new genes and stuff like that. And I'm personally not on that bandwagon at all. There's no way we could have developed the strains of guppies we have in this country today without that not being true.
Yeah, there are two real different schools of thought on that. It's a real good discussion for sure.
I think it's a great discussion. And Kevin, please keep in mind, I love you to death, and we're just having a discussion. So please take it.
I'm so very offended. How dare you?
Yeah. Okay. Get over it, buddy. But
Bye.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and I didn't mean to jump on Bob on your stream and start, ranting about this, but it is something close to my heart because I hear it a lot.
Yeah, it's Anthony's stream. I'm just cranked it up so we could have his stream. So,
it was kind of stagnant before you got in here too. So
Yeah, that's why I said we were having a slow stream. I was trying to do what Anthony does, and I don't know if it was the topic or just that it wasn't. People weren't doing it tonight because I really wasn't feeling it either. I was trying to go with it, but we were through with it. We had talked about it all we could. That's for sure. Somebody, Whiskers asked, "What about glowfish? After the Petco thing, do we want to?"
That's another entirely different situation.
Yeah,
that's
Hey, Bob,
an interesting one.
Before we get in, I would like to talk about the glowfish, but I do want to say, hey, Bob, something's different with your microphone. You're breaking up a lot today.
That's what they were telling me, and then it was.
Terry, you missed a lot.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I missed it. All right, let's talk about.
I'm teasing. We were talking about his microphone's a little bit choppy today.
Yeah,
don't know why.
I thought we had it resolved though because we thought it was I was sitting in my new standing chair, and so I was testing it out by the big tanks and using them kind of not as a desk, but just as a platform there. And so we determined it was the water, and I moved to another tank, and it was the water. So I came over here where I usually sit, and everybody said it's fine, but it's not apparently.
No, you've been breaking up since I came in.
Now
it's hard for me to understand you.
Okay, well now I am muting my mic a lot so that. But
that's not what it is.
Because the dog's barking back there.
I think
check the wires.
I think it's just the internet. I don't know why, but it's choppy. It's like you're going in and out. It's not you're putting it on mute. It's just going in and out for some reason.
I had some sound troubles, but I thought that I resolved them all. Hey, Texas Fish Room, welcome.
So what's everybody think about glowfish, ethically or otherwise?
I don't know a ton. It's just harder about glowfish because for me personally, I like breeding fish, and you can't breed glowfish.
Why not?
Because you're legally not allowed to. It's patented.
No, you can breed them.
You just can't sell them.
Well, there you go. You can breed them, but you can't sell
them.
Because they're copyrighted.
They bred this tank right in front of me, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah. You can breed them all day long. You just can't sell them. And you can't sell them as glowfish.
Right.
See, this comes into the whole issue of the GMO thing that farmers have been dealing with for years. If you've got a farm where you grow your own seed, where you save some of your harvest for your seed, but the farmer on the other side of the road has a GMO made by Monsanto corn, and some of his seed blows into your field, and Monsanto can come in and say, hey, you're growing our corn. You can't do that. This whole GMO thing has been going on long before we had glowfish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And personally, I like the science that went behind it, because I think the science that gave us glowfish is going to do great things later on. I may not see it in my lifetime, but I think a lot of genetic diseases are going to go away eventually because of this technology. And I do have an extreme problem with somebody being able to copyright a living organism.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird the way copyright works sometimes.
But then we have to be careful how far we're going to go.
Well, that's always the dilemma with everything, right?
Because we're at the point now where we can genetically engineer an organism and give it and sterilize it so it goes out into the population and actually wipes out the wild population. We have that technology. They're trying it out in Australia with mice, because mice aren't native to Australia.
Really?
So they want to genetically modify some mice and send them out into the world and wipe out mice. And we have that technology. I mean, you can do it.
Yeah, I agree with having to watch how far we go, but isn't that true with anything? Cats, dogs?
Oh, definitely.
There's a huge difference between selectively breeding something and going into and manipulating its DNA.
Yeah.
In genetics, yeah.
It is. Well, I always like to make the point, because there are a lot of people that are not as informed as others. I didn't say that right, did I? Some people still think that blowfish are injected. They don't know the science behind it, and I find it surprising in discussions. Often that comes up. Now, there are fish that are injected still, but glowfish are not one of them.
Oh yeah, there's a whole big the whole people sometimes just it's not that they don't know, they're just getting confused on what you're talking about. Are you talking about the actual dyed tetras and what a glowfish is? And
that's better. Yeah.
The whole Eastern, the Asian markets have been messing with fish forever. They've tattooed fish. They've cut the tails off of fish. They're just constantly trying to come up with the next new craze.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what gets me on glowfish, people say, well, it's just made for the kids to get the kids in the hobby. Then the kids don't take care of them and they die. And well, isn't that our purpose, is to get kids in the hobby and the parents to supervise them? But that's with every fish.
I 100% agree with you that we need to have an outlet for new people to get into the hobby, and if glowfish do it, so be it.
Right.
If that little kid with his glowing in the dark tank, 10-gallon setup that he got from Tetra, that was just made for glowfish, if that's what gets him into the hobby, so be it.
That's right. And mom and dad helping the kid with it.
Oh, absolutely.
Instead of just.
I really didn't get a whole lot of help when I started. So, I mean, it's either something you're either going to love or you're not. You just have to be exposed to it.
You got your cookie giveaway, Master.
Here you go. Here's my question, because he brought up a. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Who's the guy in the Wildcats hat?
I'm Mike.
Oh,
Hi,
that's
Mike.
right. Sorry.
You brought up an interesting question. How many people in chat and anybody on the panel that wants to answer? Did your parents have fish, and did they help you start in a hobby? I think that's a neat question.
My parents had no tanks. They got more of an interest in them from me.
So you got your parents into it.
Yeah.
How about you, Bob?
You're cutting out now, Terry.
It's probably my hand in front of my mouth.
No, it's modulating. It was probably. I hear what you're hearing now. It must be the internet.
Yeah, it's probably the internet.
Chewy said it was internet, and he's a sound guy, so I trust him. So, no, actually, I got into fish. I wanted a tank when I was 7 for Christmas, and I got it, but my mother didn't approve of it. I grew up with a very abusive mother, and she's still abusive. She's still alive. But
Well, bless her heart.
I got it to have something I could do on my own, and do in my room, and not have to be out with her and issues in the family. And so I think at some point she figured out what I was doing, and she started managing what fish I could get. Like, she wouldn't let me go fish because they were nasty and very controlling. But I stayed in the hobby because I loved it, and she never didn't have any fishing, but she wanted to tell me what to do with mine. So. Kevin?
Well, it looks like it's about 50-50 in the chat so far. Yeah, I was just curious. I got my start with the carnival goldfish, the typical story. It was a county fair, threw a ping pong ball in a jar and got a fish. And I learned from there. So it seems like some people had a tank and some people didn't.
Yeah.
And Chewy's with me. The GMO corn thing is a good topic, man.
Yeah, it is.
That was the beginning of glowfish, and it's amazing how a giant corporation is trying to crush just a normal, local, regular farmer for just being close to another farm that had their product. It's an amazing topic. It really is, but probably not one for this forum. But the GMO thing, that cat's out of the bag, and you're going to see more and more of it in every aspect, and it's going to affect our hobby more and more. You're definitely going to see it. I'm kind of wondering that it's kind of already happening. We just don't know about it. I mean, how many of these neon blue fish have been popping up in the last 15 years that, we got the neon blue ram and then the neon blue Akara, it's things are going on a little more than what I think just line breeding fish.
Yeah, I agree with that about the Akara. That's definitely a genetic, if not mutation, it's dabbling with mixed genetics there, or changing genetics. Some of the people were saying also in their answer that they like to keep fish and they like to go fishing. I like to go fishing too when I was a kid. I loved that because, again, I was out of the house. But I don't fish anymore, but I did until about 10 years ago, had a boat and all that. So it'd be an interesting topic sometime to find out who. I know you fish, Jerry. You're a big fisher.
I don't know when the next time I'm going to go.
Yeah, but you're a fisherman.
Really?
Man, I
never
just
talked
love
about
being
it.
outside next to water. I don't know what it was. Man, I had a cheap butterfly net that I destroyed, just, trying to catch little fish in a pond. And
That's awesome.
it's just something I've always been into. And I've always been interested in the local environment and what's going on. And yeah, I've always loved catching fish. And yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like besides my work, all my hobbies involve around fish in some way, somehow.
I just remembered the reason I wanted that tank, and it was because the summer before, I didn't want anything for my birthday. That's in November, and because a 5 gallon tank was really out of a Christmas gift, out of the realm of possibility with the poverty level we were literally at. But so I said nothing for birthday, and for Christmas, all I wanted is a 5 gallon tank, and that's pretty much all I got for both. But during the summer, that's how long I wanted it. It was a pond that had clear water, and it was green. I mean, the water wasn't murky, but it was green. It had algae in it. And I was fascinated by that. And some other kids said, "Come look at this." And so I ended up getting some of the algae out, scooping it out, and they had little tiny fish. I don't know what they were. And of course, I think I took them back there and poured them back in there in a couple of days. But that's what got me hooked, just seeing the algae and the little fish in a jar like that. So it was cool.
Yeah, I had a local little stream that came out of some kind of spring near my house, and it was a couple of houses away where it kind of turned and went into our subdivision. And I was always in there dipping around to see what I could find, man. And all the insect larvae, I was like, man, what the heck is this thing? And there was creek chubs were native in there. Unfortunately, there weren't any really cool like darters or anything really colorful. But yeah, I'd spent many summer day, just screwing around. I'd come home, my tennis shoes are soaked, and yeah, it's just a thing we did back then because we didn't have internet, we didn't have video games. We went outside and did stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely, and it's ironic, but I remember hearing old people my age, saying that when I was a little kid, oh, things are so different now and the world's going to hell, and basically, and here we are. So,
Well, I see three of us on this panel that remember a time before the internet, before
Yeah.
video games,
for sure.
where to dial a phone you had to do the circles,
Yep.
Yeah, man, our world has changed in the last 30 years like crazy.
It's like I'm on some of these streams, they're talking about gamers and all that stuff. I always say when I was a kid, we went outside and played with sticks and rocks.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had an old quilt that was torn up, and my mother expected us to either go out and play on that or make a tent or find something to amuse ourselves for like 6 hours. And
These days, there's no way.
it was better to be outside.
Wait a minute, we lived for outside. The last thing we wanted to be was inside.
Yep.
The only time I was inside is if I was being punished.
Yep. Love riding the bike.
Out of here, man. See you later.
So, one question Giveaway Master was asking, another question he was asking, or they were asking, which is very interesting. That I think we were kind of talking about earlier, was on selling other people's fish for profit. And he was more wondering what people thought of that. And in my opinion, I think it stimulates and it makes the whole fish hobby better. But I just was curious what you guys thought.
I have to know what that means. What do you mean by selling or breeding and selling other people's fish for profit? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
I have to mean, what do you mean? If I buy fish from you and I grow them up and I breed them, then they're my fish. They're not yours.
But you got them from me, I think is what he's saying. If you just buy them
You
and
can
then sell
say
them,
like
no.
Gary Lang. Gary Lang has some really good strains of fish. And
Aww.
you can ask him, you can ask Gary Lang if, hey, can I use your name to, say that these are F1 first generation from Gary Lang? Or you just sell them yourself. But once you you can design your own fish. And once you start selling the fry, you lose control over them after that.
Well, because that's you.
They're your fish.
Yeah. And I think it helps. I mean, with a lot of different.
I don't think it helps or hurts. It just, that's the way it is.
I know when I got my Goldie Eye Decay, I have Goldie Eyes from a different collection point now from Dan. But when I got the Decays, that was the main selling point for me. And Lucas promoted them as Gary Lang's fish.
Right. So you can say, hey, these are one generation from Gary Lang's fish.
Right. And what I did was I grew those out. They were pricey, let me tell you. They were quite pricey. But I grew them out, and I made a heck of a profit on them. Somebody wanted them from the time I got them. And one of the conditions was I couldn't say who has them. So, but I ended up selling them when I got the other Goldie Eyes, because I like the others better anyway. But I made several $100s on them. So
sure. I like to be honest with the people I interact with. So if I'm buying some fish from a breeder that I know I'm going to breed myself, that conversation is going to come up and say, hey, I'm breeding these. So, do you want me to advertise them as your strain, or am I on my own? And that's a conversation you should have. And if
Bob,
he says you're on your own, then you're on your own.
what'd you say, Mike? Sorry.
I'll be right back. I need some more coffee.
Hey, Jess, I saw you come in. You've been trimming puppy's toenails. That doesn't sound like fun at all.
Thank you, Chewy, for agreeing with me. I knew there had to have been at least one person that agreed with me.
Oh, I agree with you too. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It'd be the same thing if you or I, developed a strain and, then they were being promoted all over. And I can kind of relate to that. They're definitely not anything to do with me, except I've called the ones I got from Dan. But the Santa Maria Endlers, he put a lot of work into getting those back up to a standard. And you can see Santa Maria's on sale. See them online for $125 that don't even look like Santa Maria's. They might have the pictures, but they don't even look like them. And then people are like, why do you have them for $100 a pair? Because they're worth more than that. That's a great price. But I really want to sell them. That's one reason that I post them for what they're actually worth. So you can never have too many of those.
Yeah, Chewy, I agree with you. You gotta stay true, honest, and not be afraid of what you're doing. If you started a line and the guy's cool with it, then say, yes, this is first generation from so-and-so. But if so-and-so doesn't want you to do that, then don't. And just say, this is what I have, and they're for sale. You've got to. I've got no problem with respecting the wishes of the guy you got your fish from. But personally, I have never found it to be an issue.
I agree with
I
that.
never have.
I agree with that, Terry. But I will also say that with a lot of things, though, that especially if you give them credit, usually they're okay with it. Most of the time.
So what about?
Not always. Some people produce fish that they're not necessarily proud of, but have been sellable. Especially in the guppy hobby.
Right. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the whole reason we've got an entirely different association now than the IFGA. The IFGA used to be the standard, but then a few people made some really cool guppies, but they didn't meet IFGA standards.
Right.
And now we've got entirely two different systems now.
That is true.
So what do you all think about? For instance, I've been talking about my Roebuck Reds and Roebuck Blues, and they are authentic. I did authentic.
I don't think I've seen them.
Well,
and I'll be right back.
I don't think I have either.
I posted
Yes, he does,
in a
Patty.
stream maybe a week or two ago, the Reds and the Blues, because they are, I mean, they're stunning. I mean, they really are. And the Reds, spent over 10 years bringing those to a near perfection. And the Blues, Bentley accidentally, that story is kind of old now, like 3 years old, but he accidentally found a tank of them, like a lady was keeping them, and you can hardly find any. But she knew Luke Roebuck, she knew him, and he would give her his guppies. So she had them straight from him. And when you look at them, you could tell they needed to be worked. But I got some from Bentley, and those are the ones I have.
Okay, I'm an entirely terrible guest, but I just missed all of that. So we were talking about guppy.
Oh, I was just saying, I always say that, the Roebuck Reds and the Roebuck Blues, and the Reds I got from Doug Gray, who's, his reputation.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. Well, he spent over 10 years bringing the Reds back up to, I mean, just, they're gorgeous. They're just absolutely gorgeous. And everybody talks about the Blues, but I actually prefer the Reds over the Blues slightly. I think they're just a better looking fish. But the Blues, Bentley Pasco, it's kind of an old story now. Like 3 years ago, he had a lady that offered to give him some fish. I don't know if she was in the same club with him or what, but anyway, she knew Luke Roebuck, and he would give her his fish, and he gave her some of the Moscow Blues, and she had a big, huge tank of them full. And so that's where Bentley got his. And then after he had worked with them for a couple of generations, they didn't need a lot. He offered some for sale, and I was lucky enough to be at my computer the day he went live. I said, guys, I'm going to sell these, and not that many. And I was before he could get it out of his mouth. I had told him, yes, I want some. So.
Oh, congratulations! That's not an unusual story. Believe it or not, there's some guppy breeders out there that aren't breeding for show or anything. That they'll have like 3 tanks.
Yep.
And they've been running the same strain for so long.
Yep.
That they're just incredible, and nobody will ever freaking see them. I'll give you an example. When I was growing up, I got to meet my mailman. We did things by mail. We didn't have FedEx. We didn't have UPS. And I had ordered some chameleons from out of the back of a magazine. And, just the anoles, the green anoles chameleon. And I'm waiting for these doggone things to come in. So I'd meet the mailman every day, you know, out at the end of the driveway. And we finally got to talking, and I finally told him, I go, yeah, man, I ordered these chameleons and I want them. And we got talking about animals, and he said, well, I've got fish. And it turns out that he was a dad of a kid that I was in school with at the time. And so his son invited me to his house, kind of saying, yeah, my dad told me you got to come over and see his fish tanks. And I looked, and he had three fish tanks with the most beautiful black Moscows I've ever seen in my entire life.
Wow.
And I mean, just an entire 3-foot long tank just full of males that all looked identical. All of them were just fantastic. The tails were just massive. Their bodies were nice and thick, and they were just incredible. But that guy wasn't a member of the IFGA. He wasn't a member turning around and selling them to the local fish shop. He just did it for himself.
Yeah.
And that was it. He just liked the way they looked.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I do. I mean, I'm not that guy, but you know, I've never sold any of my roebuck guppies. And see what you say there. I agree with that completely about using the names and calling them full reds, because they're not full reds. The roebucks have a little bit of white, and Doug still hadn't been able to get that out on their snout.
My thing with guppies is, man, I mean, all you got to do is go on that, what's the eBay for Aquabid? You go on Aquabid, look up guppies. If it takes you more than 2 words to describe your guppies, you probably don't have a very good guppy.
Right.
If you got to call it 3 or 4 different names, yeah, you probably don't have a very good guppy. If you can say this is a blue delta and people look at it and they go, holy crap, is that a gorgeous fish? You've got a good blue delta.
I'm chuckling because the only strain, and I actually started it by mistake or by accident, or my, let me think of what they're called. I've never sold them. I've given lots of them away. Salmon skin magenta deltas. So there you go. It describes them perfectly. Oh.
But yeah, don't get me started on guppy genetics, because I'm kind of I'm a snob when it comes to guppy genetics.
Good night, giveaway master. Thank you for your
My
idea.
very first video I ever did for fish keeping on my channel was looking at guppies from the Chicago Guppy Show.
And see, I never even knew about guppy shows till, again, like when I started looking at magazines and stuff. I guess when I started really getting interested in that guppies were purebred and stuff like that was when Endlers first came out. And I was like, why would you buy that? That's so simple. That's so plain. Why would you buy that? I mean, who would want that, you know?
Why'd you have to say the word Endler?
Another trigger.
Oh, it's a big trigger with me. Number 1, you don't have bad genetics, and number 2, 9 times out of 10, you don't have an Endler.
Right. Oh, yeah. So many hybrids.
The Endler name is thrown around so much to just mean a wild type guppy.
I don't like endlers as much. I prefer regular guppies.
There's only one Endler. There's only one. And it's debatable whether it deserved a scientific name on its own to begin with. And the only reason that the general ecology hobby finally said, fine, we'll give it its own scientific name, was just to shut them up. And the what people call endlers now are not endlers. They're not.
No, the Santa Marias are not true endlers.
They're guppy hybrids to they're just so freaking mixed up genetically that calling them an endler is a joke. There was one population of they were guppies. Let's just be serious about this. You had all the guppies all across the country, and there was this isolated population of guppies that looked different. And one guy went on an entire crusade because they looked a little bit different to get a different scientific name. So he could say, I discovered these, instead of them just being all the regular rest of the guppies. So that debate went on forever and ever and ever and ever. And finally, all the scientists got together and said, fine, we'll call it a subspecies of the guppy, and you can name it what you want. So Endler got to name his guppy, but it was still a freaking guppy. So if you don't have a direct descendant of that actual puddle where those came from, then you don't have an Endler.
That's right.
You've got a wild type guppy that's been bred and bred and bred. So don't get me started on the whole Endler thing. That's a trigger. Sorry. I'll shut up now and let everybody else talk.
Well, no, but there's Ian back. He's going from job to job, from store to store, working tonight, and he was trying to understand me and what the original topic was. So I don't know if we want to dare go back around to that, but Ian, what we were talking about, our topic was like, what are some of the tips for ordering fish online? You know, what experiences have you had? What do you look for? What were your results?
Oh, you meant ordering? I thought you meant shipping.
Online, just ordering online.
Yeah, it originally started out, it evolved around the shipping. That's where, and these people started talking then. So we just let it go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, it started out with ordering, what's your experience with ordering online fish? And what things to look for, you know, tips and tricks, that kind of stuff. Like the reputation of the person, do they quarantine, do they treat?
All right, who do you want to answer that?
Ian, he was asking, and I had asked him specifically, Atkins there, because I know that a lot of his fish he has ordered online, and most of what he hadn't, they've been from local breeders there like Kenny and some others. So that was what it was. I've got fish once online, but recently placed an order with Aquatic Art. Oh, really? What fish did you buy recently? I mean, what fish did you buy online? I don't know why I thought you had bought several fish online. Oh, I know which ones it was. I know now. The same fish I have. Yep.
Hey, Catfish Terry.
Barry, I didn't see you. I'll have our trigger topics. That's true.
I'm easily triggered, and as my live streams will come on my channel, you'll find out that I'm easily triggered. But I'm level-headed. The things that trigger me are pretty much simple things. It's just sometimes this hobby doesn't talk about simple things.
Right.
Sometimes people get so sidetracked on other issues that they kind of forget about just being just a mainstream hobbyist. Sometimes it gets a little crazy depending on what rabbit hole you've been down.
Huh.
And I've been down quite a few of those rabbit holes. So when I come out of a rabbit hole, I can kind of have a I don't know, mild outlook on things, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Even though I'm very opinionated on many things.
Oh, me too. My biggest trigger, and probably always has been, is that like if somebody says, "Oh, my fish is doing this. What do you guys think?" Well, all of a sudden, everybody's a chemist and a brain surgeon and
Oh yeah, everybody
all of
knows.
that. But it has to be something exotic, and it has to be the hardest thing you can possibly try to make it. When 90%, if not more, of things are something very simple. You always
Exactly.
got to look at your basics. It's usually something very simple. And I'm like, how did we jump to the fish's line? Because it bumped into another fish. I mean, come on.
One of my favorite things on Facebook is swim bladder disease. Do you know how rare a swim bladder problem is on a fish?
Yes.
But as soon as a fish starts swimming goofy, everybody says it's swim bladder.
Because it's something they can call it. And the other thing is people are treating pine coning as a disease itself when actually it's a symptom. Or
Right, exactly. It's dropsy. Dropsy is a symptoms of the kidneys failing. The fish is taking on water.
Yeah.
What the cause of that is, we don't know. But it's just a symptom. It's not a disease.
Right. You'll see people talk about it like a disease and all that, and it is not. Anyway, now I'm triggered.
Yeah, I am very opinionated. For those of you in the chat that don't know me, I'm opinionated on a lot of subjects, but I try to stay open-minded as well. I kind of pride myself. I'll take anybody's opinion and listen to it.
Yeah.
I'm opinionated, but I'm not opinionated to the point where I won't listen to you.
Agree. Yeah. Everybody deserves to be heard, and very often learn things. That's why I come to live streams and chats and stuff, because things do evolve in this hobby continuously. It's not a static hobby. It's not like we took putting together jigsaw puzzles, 50 years ago. That's the same as it was 50 years ago, I guess. But fish keeping is not. The basics are the same.
Well, yeah, that's just it. The basics of are the same. I keep the funny thing is the way I set this fish room up. These tanks you see now are the way I set my tanks up when I was younger. But I went through a phase where I had to have the best power filters. I had to have the best, I dabbled in salt water, so I had to have the best carbon reactor. I had to have the best, the UV sterilizers. I had to have all these gadgets. And then I got older and realized, I don't really need them. I can just go back to having a thing that bubbles in the corner and I'm good.
Hey, bottom dweller. Yeah, that is the thing, though. I mean, it's nice a lot of times when you get to try different things, but then it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, well, they all do the same thing, and one of the cheapest or the most easy is usually the one that is most of the time the best thing that you're gonna and what you're gonna go with.
Not necessarily. If you have seen some of these automated systems these reef keepers have now, they can dial in their reef tank just from their cell phone. Some
But
of
those are
these
reef
new toys we have are incredible toys. They can really adjust their reef tank just from their cell phone while they're at work.
And I wish we had better equipment for freshwater too sometimes.
Why? The equipment's the same.
Not necessarily, because they have a lot more monitors and dosing systems.
But
For
we
Well,
don't.
because they're dosing more stuff. A dosing pump's a dosing pump. It doesn't know what it's dosing.
Okay, what about monitoring?
Same thing. The monitor's monitor. A pH monitor is a pH monitor. It's not exclusive to the saltwater hobby. It's just the freshwater hobbyists don't want to spend $10,000 on a 55-gallon tank.
I thought they are for different uses.
No, a pH monitor is a pH monitor.
Yeah, you
A
test
TDS monitor is a TDS monitor.
no matter
it's-
what kind of water.
The only difference between freshwater and saltwater is the salt content.
Yep. Chewy, I still haven't been able to find anybody that could answer that question about dissolved oxygen.
What was the question?
Well, somebody contacted me a couple of days ago and I was driving, so I couldn't really research then, but they had bought some fish at a local fish store, freshwater, got home and checked the TDS in the water the fish came in, and their TDS was 15 or something, I don't know, but it was 1100 something in the fish that came. So they assumed that it was, and I understand why, that it was salt water or at least brackish, and they called the store and they told them absolutely not, that it was fresh water. And so that's where I came into the conversation. Actually, it was one of those face call things. And so I said, well, a real easy way to check is to dip your finger in it and taste it.
Yeah.
It wasn't salty. And so I don't know. And I said, well, did they put anything in the bag? Sometimes they put conditioner or this or that. And so he said the only thing that they put in it was they put oxygen in it. So the question, that we came up with it was, does dissolved oxygen, because it would definitely dissolve. That's the whole reason it's going in there. Would that impact the TDS? Well,
No, it won't. No, I can tell you right now it won't.
No, but no, I know it won't because it's a gas. But I was asked Chewy and I've asked several people about it. But when you read about that and study about that, it's a whole lot deeper than no, it won't dissolve. There's so many other things that could happen with that oxygen. But the bottom line is, what raised that TDS? Why was the TDS so high in there? The fish are doing.
What was the TDS of the water that originally got put in the bag would be my question.
Yeah. He said he was going to go back. It was a really big place, and it would be like 45 minutes to get it. I said, oh, God, do it in 3 parts. Don't do like I do,
One of the things that makes me cringe on social media, especially on Facebook, is the recommendation of salt.
Yeah.
Everybody recommends salt. You hear it all the time for just all kinds of different things. And people don't realize that depending on where you're at, adding more salt is not a good thing. If you're out on the West Coast and you've got pretty much RO water to begin with, then you can get away with adding quite a bit of salt. But if you're in the Midwest like me in the Great Lakes and you keep adding salt, and you're not doing correct water changes after adding those salts, and you keep adding more and more, man, you'd be surprised how high your TDS can actually get.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize until you've changed enough water changes that the salt stays in there. It doesn't
Right.
affect.
That's what I was
solid.
kind of getting at is people don't realize you add salt just because your water evaporates, that salt is still there. And then you add more and the next thing you know, you're trying to keep a soft water fish in a brackish water environment, and yeah, it's not going to work out very well.
I know that too now, GRB, because I kind of just kept researching and researching it when I could, and so I learned quite a bit. But you're correct. Obviously, you do know that TDS can affect the dissolved oxygen. It really can. So,
Yeah, but only when it gets really high.
right. Um,
I would find out why the water in the bag was that high to begin with, because
Well,
it's not.
I think
Something
when
happened.
I think
Something
when it
happened
goes
somewhere.
back to Will, yeah. I wondered if they didn't put some kind of um, what am I trying to say? Like
Some kind of treatment in the bag.
some kind of what?
Some kind of treatment of some
Yeah,
kind in the
yeah,
bag
something.
while they put the fish in there.
He
And
said
that's
that
what drove the
he said
TDS
they
so high.
didn't, but something made that TDS really high.
I don't even know if my meter goes up that high.
I don't know. Is that you, Kim? Moonstone, etc. If it is, I did talk to the treasurer, and he asked me if you wanted electronic or paper, and I said she didn't specify. So if it's you, if you have a preference, I'll let him know. Kim donated to the Ark, and everybody knows that was around when she donated. So it's not like I'm not a dealer of gold. Unfortunately, I wish you were a dealer of gold. Auction.
Actually, one of my local pet shops actually called the Ark.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Apparently it was not even before I joined. It was a rescue group, and then within 2 or 3 years, uh, it morphed into more, and then it morphed into a shelter. So, but yeah, it's always been the Ark of Cleveland because there were already several arcs around, and some of them are spas. There's a chain of pet spas called the Ark around here. So we'll have people call and ask for an appointment to bring Fifi in to get a haircut and nails done. But we don't do that. What are you saying there? Me and the medicine man is money must trade in like $1,200, and later on getting back and checking the prices. Okay, I didn't get that, but water softener. You add sodium. Yeah, that's true.
Remember, if you're on a hard water system and you run a water softener, you do not want to use the water softener water in your fish tanks.
No.
You want to get the water before the water softener, and just be happy with the hard water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about running RO if you have a water softener. Hamski.
Or just get the water from the outside spigot that doesn't go through the water softener.
Yep. Again, something very simple, right? Very simple solution. What y'all's thoughts on African butterfly fish?
Oh, I love them to death.
Do you keep them? Have you had them?
Oh, I've kept them. I've never bred them. I haven't figured out how to breed them, but I love them to death. All they are is a short, stubby arowana. They're in the same genus. They're just, instead of the typical silver arowana is long, They're just short. But other than that, they're exactly the same, man. They hang out at the top and they just swim and they just eat stuff at the top and they swim. They're super close relatives, and I love them to death. They're just a short, stubby arowana. Is exactly what they are, and I love them to death.
I've never had them, but I've seen lots of them. Mike's laughing about something. Keep an eye.
Yeah, I kept them when I was a kid, but I haven't seen any around here for a long time.
Well, we see them around here, but when Jerry, when I've seen them, they are usually just floating like in a corner. Or if there are three in there, they'll each have a corner, and they're just kind of floating there. I don't know if they're, what is that predator called? Not surprised, but
They're probably not happy. You know, you put them in a tank where they're happy, and that's what they do, man. They do the same thing as a silver arowana. They just kind of swim at the surface of the tank and just wait to eat something. And yeah, they're neat fish. I like them.
got a snake question. Kim, you didn't see the snake at me the other night. I bled like a stuck pig, and it didn't even hurt. Nothing to even show the next day. At Keller's Aquatics, a no insect question. Does Sandy feed weekly on FT? Help me, Mike. Mine are live.
Frozen thawed.
Frozen thawed, yeah. Mine are live fed and turn their nose up, frozen thawed. Any tips? Well, when I got Sandy, Nathan had already been feeding frozen thawed, and I think that's what he had eaten. The people that he got him from, he literally rescued. They were going to let him loose in Mississippi. They didn't want the snake anymore, and so he took him in, and that's what he kept feeding him. So I don't know. Does anybody else, Mike? Do you know how to switch them over? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure you can Google it.
Oh, no.
It has to be a way. I would think it would have to do maybe with the smell. I don't know. I would not have been able to take him. That was one of the first questions I asked was, what does he eat? So, and I'm even having second thoughts. I got some doobie roaches, 30 of those the other day, because I'm thinking I'm going to breed them for the skink. And now I'm thinking, well, will I really be able to watch the skink eat those live roaches? I'll put them in something they can't get out of and leave the room. If they're gone, then I know he ate them. Appreciate my kind effort. I wasn't any help, but I would just Google, how to transition from live food to frozen thawed. He's not eating once a week, though. That was another, you didn't really ask that, but he's eating at least we're not supposed to feed him every day. That's what I was told. I don't know that snakes know that in the wild. I think they just eat when they can catch something, when they're hungry or they're ready to eat. But he's asking for another mouse tonight. So I knew I was going to be up late, so I'll give him one before I go to bed. I fed him like 6 yesterday even, so that's not 2 days, but it's over a day. But yeah, he won't eat a rat. He won't eat a small rat, but so he's taking 2 mice now most of the time. It's big. I remember that Father Fish feeding a rat. Yeah, it was a rat or a mouse he caught in a trap. He was feeding it to one of his big, I think it was a cichlid. It might have been an arowana. Did anybody else see that?
Mm-mm.
How long ago was that? Actually, never mind. I don't think I've been on. I can't go on his streams because they're too early.
Yeah, Chewy. Killies are also the bigger killies, especially. Or no saying that African butterflies come out of the Congo River basin just like elephant nose fish. That's another fish I've never kept, an elephant nose, and I hope that I do some point.
No, I've never kept one either. They're interesting. They're kind of derpy looking, but I've never kept one.
If I'm not wrong, and I frequently am, I think they're in the family of fish like knife fish and those that have a mild electric.
Yeah, they have a mild electric current. They don't see very well, so that's how they kind of navigate.
I'm still trying to figure out, Angus, what you're talking about. But I guess I haven't gone back far enough.
Hey, Benopsky.
What do you feed that Pac-Man frog, Mike?
Right now, he's eating crickets, and I'm going to give him some earthworms. Then when he gets big enough, he'll start eating frozen thawed rice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. My longfin albino plectos are finally breeding.
They're breeding?
Finally, apparently.
Oh,
Here.
in the chat. I thought you meant yours.
Oh, no.
I'm going the other way. I'm going back up.
Oh.
Kim asked me that's how Scuba.
How do you pronounce Madrul? Man, we're friends on Facebook and the whole thing, but I still don't know how to pronounce his name.
I think
Madrul.
Madrul.
I asked him one time if it was Merdul, and he said yes.
Okay, Madrul.
But I hear people say closer to Myrtle. I don't know.
Well, he's friends with me on Facebook, and man, the guy knows his stuff. I don't know why he doesn't do any live streams or anything like that, but he knows.
I don't think he does
stuff.
cameras. He just likes being in the background.
And man, my advice to him is write articles that could go in magazines. We still have Tropical Fish Hobbyist. We have Amazonas, which is a great publication. Man, if you can write an intelligent article on breeding something, send it into them. And you have to have pictures. Send it into them and see what they say.
Bob, how did you say it?
Now I'm self-conscious. Yeah, he said there again is how I said it.
How did you say it?
I'd say Merdul.
Merdul. Okay.
Merdul.
And he even said how Bob said it.
John Oliver said he's really enjoying this live stream. It's been all over the place. Circle the airport all night.
Hey, Jeffrey Watts, come on, man. You can say whatever you want here. He was in one of my streams the other day, so, and he's got a name of a guy that saved my life, so I gotta love the guy.
Jeffrey's been around forever. Yeah, he has. I'm not sure that was a compliment, Jeffrey. You're going to alert till you fall asleep. No, I'm teasing you.
No, he already heard the story. When I saw his name, I actually know a guy named Jeffrey Watts, and he really did save my life. And I told Jeffrey Watts on the live stream about it. So I gotta love the name. When somebody actually literally saves your life, and you meet somebody with a guy with the exact same name, you gotta love them.
Thanks, Michael. Nope, that's not Michael. See, I shouldn't have bragged about knowing everybody's name. Oops, I'm stumped. Oh, well.
Pat's already drinking morning coffee. What? How early does your day start? I haven't even been to bed yet.
Me either.
And
Me
you're
neither.
drinking your morning coffee? That's not good.
It's
Either
only
for you or me,
11:17.
I'm not sure.
Hey, Pat, welcome. This is the live stream of a million topics, but we're having.
Man, I'm just an idiot with a fish tank. That's all I know.
If anybody's here that didn't see Pat on Jess's stream the other, I think it was morning, but I'm probably wrong. That was a really good interview. Pat's, do you know Pat Terry?
No, I don't think I do.
He's a Merdul. He's one of those young guys that he's really, really into guppies and a new strain and lots of stuff like that. He's a college student. Trying to remember where he lives. I didn't say I could remember the countries. Belgium, maybe.
Does he think everybody's or every guppy breeder's problems is based on genetics and not poor husbandry? I wonder.
I'll let him say that. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate it. Oh,
I don't know. Jeffrey, yeah, I probably should put a filter on myself from time to time.
you're right, Merdul.
But there are some things that just need to be said. I will say that. And even when I am unfiltered, I try to do it in a diplomatic way. I'm not trying to hurt the hobby in any way. You know, we all have different opinions. And yes, I can be triggered just like Bob can be triggered, just like Mike can be triggered, just like Kevin can be triggered. We can be triggered on different things.
Hey,
But I think all four of us are smart enough to know that at least we can get into a conversation in a civil way. And so
I don't know. We've gone through a lot, Jess.
yes, I can say I am triggered and I do have opinions on things that may be a little different than the mainstream, but I will try my best to communicate that in a civil way, if that made any sense.
Terry, there's your answer for
that comment.
Goodness guppies.
I have no filter. Somehow people still speak to me.
Because
Yeah.
I swear to God, man, I see it all the time. I'm in on Facebook. I'm a member of like doggone near every guppy group there is, except for the ones I got kicked out of. And that's where I learned that I better learn to be a little more diplomatic.
Ooh,
And
is this coming up? Bob, can you drop the link?
I've got to go get the link. I lost it.
I need Jess
Yeah.
to come up.
And Terry, I like having one-on-one discussions with people because I want to understand your point of view and learn something. But
For sure.
Exactly.
what I have a trouble with is coming at me with absolute lies and you know it's a lie. Just explain yourself with facts.
Right.
Wow,
No,
I hope that wasn't directed at me. Yeah, that's exactly what I try to. I try to come out with actual. I actually take the time to look this stuff up
Mm-hmm.
and know what I'm talking about instead of just running on what I heard on the internet.
Right.
Right. I always hate when somebody says, "Oh no, I've heard." That doesn't mean anything. Jesus, I hate that. Oh, I heard. All right, there's the link. So we should be getting a guest up in here soon.
I really try, like when I do my species profiles, I really truly try to give the person that clicks on my link an actual of what it's actually like to have that fish, and not just the, oh, I Googled it and this is what Google says and that's it.
Right. Yeah.
See,
What's up, you guys?
Hey,
I
Jess.
swear you were up like all
Hey, Jess.
hours of the
I
night.
ain't gone to sleep yet.
You look way different without your background and your glasses and all that.
This
You
is
look way
like
different.
this was like rough. This is like had a rough day and ain't ended yet and still got stuff to do.
You've always got stuff to do, Jess.
Yeah, I know. I don't know when to stop. That's the problem.
So how you doing, Jess?
I guess I can't complain because I've got stuff to do, but I'm about ready to pull my hair out.
Well, what's up? Tell us. What's going on?
Okay. So I have a question.
Okay.
Are there any of those? Are there any guppy? And I should have asked Pat the other night, but we didn't get to it. But any guppy, not clubs, but shows that accept or have a class for dumbos or big ears?
That's usually an Asian thing. Oh man, I'd have to ask. You can show your fish no matter what. Okay.
Okay.
It's putting them in a class. It is where you're going to have to ask what class they would show in. Any guppy can be shown in an IFGA event. It's just what class would it fall under. And if you're talking an IFGA, you know, the American shows, I'm not sure where they would fall because I'm not a member anymore, and this is kind of a new thing. So I would have to kind of call some people and ask what class they would fall under. But yeah, you can show any of your fish. I mean, that's the whole idea of having a show. Now, whether it wins a class, that's an entirely different thing. But then you have the world guppy thing, which they're more acceptable to. You just kind of send it in and they just tell you what you win. But yeah, that's an interesting question. And do you have a local guppy group that and
Nope.
what do you know what the closest one is?
Nope.
Because you do have to be a member of a club. to show your guppies.
Does it? And it has to be a specific guppy club.
No,
No.
you can be a member. You can be a member of Chicago and display your guppies anywhere. It's a nationwide club, and then they just have local shows. If that made any sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm jumping off screen because I'm smoking.
So am I. There's a Chicago show. There's a Utah show. There's a Missouri show. The shows are all over, and you can be a member of any club.
Do you see what you were saying, Jess, about it?
There is no class in the IFGA for Dumbo, which is crazy because
Yeah, but you can have a fish with Dumbo. You can have a fish with large pectorals and still put it in another class.
really, so it
As long as the tail conforms to, the standards, then the pectorals are the pectorals. Now, what the judges say about it may not be good. But
so okay, Chewy. There's a Philippine guppy club that I can be a member of, where there is a class for Dumbos. But I mean, how in the heck would I show my fish in the Philippines?
you mail them to them.
And how much is that going to cost?
I
How
mail
much
my
Cost to
fish,
mail a guppy to the Philippines.
but I guarantee you I don't get my fish back, right?
No, you can request them back. It's part of the form. When you enter your fish into an IFGA event, there's a form,
Uh-huh.
and you check that you want your fish back, and you pay for shipping both ways.
Why is that, Chewy? Why would the tail be disqualified? Casual aquatics, it's 2:28 a.m. here too.
Yeah, I got one today.
It must be 1:28 there in Indiana.
Yeah, I'm a little chewy. I'm a little confused at that one too. Why would the tail be disqualified?
Because they're bigger than normal.
Well, okay, Chewy's a member of the Philippine Guppy Club, so he would know. Some of these clubs run their own rules, so
Due to the top requirement of what a judge determines, delta, not wingtail.
well, see, now there you go. See, that's what I said. As long as the tail meets the qualifications, the pectorals don't matter. So if you have to, Jess, you're going to have to learn what the IFGA is about and what the tail. A lot of these guppies that are coming from overseas do not meet the tail requirements for the IFGA.
Okay.
Okay, the tails have to be fantastic. That's the
Right.
thing they're looking at. And if you have a Dumbo-eared guppy and its tail is coming out at a bad angle and it's just rounded, then your guppy's going to get thrown out in a heartbeat. You have to have a delta-tailed guppy to. That's why you'd probably be better off going through the international, the Asian things then, because those are Asian fish.
The Dumbos are Asian.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
thing
That's a good presentation. Stand.
They're not American fish.
I gotta go grab my pen. I gotta
Let's make 2 pens in my notepad. I never remember things I want to look up.
all this stuff is kind of complicated when you start getting into the show areas, and I've never shown any of my guppies. I've just been able to buy show quality guppies and sell them. So
Lance has shown them before. He's going to get back into breeding.
but I do know how it works. I've got a whole bunch of friends that have done it, and I've been to a ton of shows, and it's
Oh yeah, I've never even been to a show.
really, my man, you'll see the most beautiful guppies you ever seen in your entire life.
Oh, jeez.
Ed's wanting to, or is getting into it. Chattanooga Ed, and he was wanting us, James and several of us, to go to a show over in Nashville, but they canceled it because of the health issues.
Man, when I got my first pair of American Blues, an American Blue guppy is pretty much a set strain, so you don't have to worry about, you can colony breed it. It's pretty much a set standard. And I thought I was all the shit, and I went to my first guppy show, and I looked, and I was like, oh my God. Yeah, these things don't even count. I was like, yeah, I'm not a guppy breeder.
I don't know what the IGEES is. That's a new one on me. Yeah, Doug would be a great resource.
If your guppies have kind of a rounded tail to them and they're not straight, you're better off going with the Asian series than you are going with the IFGA. The IFGA doesn't like Asian guppies at all.
Okay, so mine are both. So I've got some females.
Yeah, you got a little bit of both.
Yeah, I got a little of both.
All you can do, Jess, here's the thing, Jess. There's nothing bad is going to happen to you if you enter your fish. I'd have to look at them, and you can enter them into like a multi-class or something, and just enter them, and then see what the judges have to say. They'll probably disqualify you, but if they disqualify you, it still doesn't. I mean, they're still going to give you their comments and let you know what they think you need to do to make it better, and you get your fish back. So you don't win anything, but at least you got a little bit of feedback by people that have been trained to judge guppies, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So what's the worst that can happen? You send them in, they evaluate them, and they send them back, and you get an evaluation to look at and say, all right, well, maybe this is something I need to work on. That's the worst that can happen.
I kind of like to work on them before I send them in, though.
Well, then wait for the next show.
What about, are there any other, there is a club that, WGA rules where I could show the Dumbos? WGA, Florida.
I think that's a World Guppy thing. That's the Asian shows.
In
And
Florida?
I don't know if there's any in Florida. Most people mail, Jess, most people mail their guppies to the show. That most people don't go.
What about the ones that are being done virtual right now?
Yeah, I don't know anything about those. They're probably videoing fish, and they got somebody that they call judges. I don't know who they're sanctioned with or what.
I know the IFGA last year, I believe it was IFGA, was done virtual.
Yeah, and that was a rare event. They canceled Chicago, and did they cancel Utah too? Yeah, that was a rare event due to the pandemic.
But Pat was saying that there are a lot of them that are doing the online or virtual shows.
Yeah.
Even going back to, doing the regular multi shows when they can.
I couldn't answer that. I've let my membership to the IFGA expired a long time ago, and I just go to the shows as an observer and to meet other guppy breeders, which is a really good way to get really good guppies, is to actually shake the hand of the guy that bred that thing. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not the person to talk to. I guess I've helped you as far as I can.
I ask the hard questions. What can I say?
Well, no, it's just we're in a weird world right now. If you were asking this last year before all this happened, I had all your answers. But with the way things are now, I don't know.
Scott said he sent you 2 links.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Scott. And I still, whoever has emailed me, I still have not gotten to my emails. Like, I sat down, asked Bob to send me the link, and then I sat down.
Jess, do you follow Doug Gray on YouTube?
I do know who Doug. Yeah, I know who Doug is. Yeah.
Do you follow him though? You watch his videos and
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
He throws a lot of good tidbits in about IFGA just offhand. You just gotta, so.
Yeah, I almost need someone to look at the guppies that I want to possibly show or get good enough to show.
Why do you need somebody else to look at them? Just show them. What's it hurt? Just show your best stuff and see what you got. And they will tell you what they think you need to work on.
Well, I think it probably just comes down to a money thing. Shipping them there, all the entry fees, and then having them shipped back is probably not going to be cheap.
Well, but you would do it if you think you had a chance to win, or
right.
what?
Yeah. Yes.
Except the monetary value for winning a guppy show is non-existent. Just so you know.
But
you're going to spend the same amount of money.
But you have guppies that have won something. You got a nice line. It's going somewhere, and you're on the right path. I just feel that if I could have somebody, actually look at them and give me, I guess, that much.
Are you? And please don't take offense to this, but it's an honest to God question. Do you want to show your guppies so they win something for marketing of your guppies?
Not necessarily, no. I want it.
Because you want the blue ribbon.
Yeah, because I want to know that I did it. If the rest comes, that's just a perk if I decide to sell that line.
All right, Jess, this is my suggestion on how to win a blue ribbon in guppy clubs. Okay? Go to the damn guppy club and look at what wins. And then buy that strain. That's what wins guppy clubs. Honestly, it's the truth.
Right. Well, if it's gonna like I said, I want something, and I guess that just comes from competing and going from the bottom up with anything that I've had to done. I've had to start at the bottom and work myself all the way
Right.
up. But
And I respect that. I really do. I mean, I did the same thing. I didn't start out with the best guppies out there. You know, it's just there are workhorse guppies that are fantastic guppies that have been and they breed true. You know, like the American blue, the reds, the green snakeskin. Those are all very well selling strains that have been in the hobby for a really long time, and they breed true, and they're really easy to make money with.
it's funny you say green snakeskins because my LFS asked me to start breeding those for them.
Yes, it's
I'm not a fan of those, but I'm like, well, that's
the thing with guppies is everybody likes. But now you got to remember, once you start getting into selective breeding guppies, you're looking at a less selective audience to begin with, because the most American public is not willing to spend, you know, $35 or $40 on a pair of guppies, which you seem to be doing pretty well with as you're doing. So you're actually doing pretty well.
I'm not going to stop with the lines that I've got, and I'm still working on them, but I am selling what I've got. But this one that just seems to be my pride, it's what I like and what I want to make that one line better, and I want to show that line. That's the one I want to take and make better. Now, this is what I'm not going to like. Do I get good enough so that my guppies are to specifications, but there's a click and it doesn't matter what they are? If they're not the green snakeskins or the other one, they're not going to win? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's that possibility. Jesse, you got to think of guppies just like dogs. You know, AKC dogs. You understand how that whole world works.
Yes, I do.
Guppies are the exact same way, man. And it's just a matter of, first of all, when it comes to selling guppies, it's how good of a marketing are you? That's what sells guppies. You know, if you say, well, this particular strain of guppies won Chicago, you know, this particular strain of guppies won Best of Show at Chicago, then you can take that strain of guppies and ask an astronomical, a real large price for it. But how many are you actually going to sell?
Well,
whereas if you just market a good, you know, above pet store quality guppy and just keep moving it that way, you know, you're probably better off in the long run.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I will keep doing that. But I've got this one line that I'd like to see what I can do with, I guess.
Well, keep working at it and show it one day. Just don't be afraid and send it to a show. See what it does.
The other reason is, like, the reason I'm keep doing what I'm doing is because the average person, they don't care about the shows. They just want a pretty guppy.
That was my whole point.
Right. Right. So I'm going to keep with that. Don't get me wrong. I am going to keep with that. But on the other side of it, I want a strain that I can work with. But I want it. I don't know. I want to be the oddball too. So I guess that comes with its own things because I want to show these.
Well, yes, you're going to have to decide where you're going to show it, because if you're going to show it in the IFGA, you started off with wrong stock. I I'm not trying to insult you.
I know,
It's
I do
just,
know, I know.
It's just the IFGA doesn't
The-
really want to recognize the stock that came from the East. They
Right.
just don't want it.
Well, and I don't have to go. I don't have to do IFGA.
Right.
If
Exactly. You
it's
don't.
not this other one that and then that's fine.
Jess, that club that Sherry was suggesting in Florida might be just to dabble your toe in.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that.
You're going to be looking on a world aspect instead of the IFGA. And you know what? I'm going to say it right here in front of everybody. The IFGA has been so ingrained with a whole bunch of old people that never wanted to let go of some standards that the whole World Guppy Association started in the first place is because the IFGA didn't want to change. And it's the IFGA's own fault that lost the market. Because in the beginning, the IFGA had the entire world. They had everything. And they lost it when they stopped. They refused classes from other places. And it was a bad thing. And I actually got banned from IFGA events on social media. The president actually threw me out. I honestly think the IFGA made a mistake. If you're going to be so centered on just one thing and the entire world outside is doing other things,
Right.
you're probably screwing up. So I have had people from the IFGA contact me and say, yes, I'm right. And they're working on it. They're eventually going to be a whole big thing. But,
I'll be right back.
yeah. It's the IFGA's own fault that they have competition now with the World Guppy thing. But
So the IFG, so the World Guppy Association built itself outside of the IFGA because they want to go by the IFGA rules, right?
Right.
Okay.
But now see, it's two parts. Okay, they were both wrong. The IFGA was wrong for not letting them in, and the World Guppy Association wasn't very nice about saying what the classifications were or anything. They pretty much wanted to just show anything, where the IFGA has a set of rules of what stuff's supposed to look like.
Right.
Where the World Guppy Association was, we can just make a designer guppy and show it and win. And what I mean by that is they're recipe guppies. They don't breed true. It's if you take this guppy and that guppy and breed it together, it makes a really cool guppy, but all its babies look all screwed up. Does that make any sense?
Oh my God! So
they're recipe guppies.
Now, oh my God! Okay, oh my God! This makes so much sense. Okay, so when people say they're importing world class guppies,
yeah, but except they don't breed true.
They don't breed true, and then you get mad because you bought world class guppies, show guppies.
Right.
People don't understand why they don't breed true. That's why they don't breed true. I didn't know that. Now I know that. Oh my God.
They're recipe guppies. If you take this guppy and breed it with this guppy, it makes this incredibly cool looking guppy. And then you grow that incredibly cool looking guppy out and breed it, and you got junk.
Well, why don't they make it so that
You should have learned that from Aquarium Co-op. Remember all the videos Aquarium Co-op made about, I had the best guppies in the world? And then it just disappeared?
Nope,
He stopped talking about them because they bred junk.
Nope. I don't remember that.
Yeah, the IFGA is concerned about constantly improving the line, okay? And they actually give awards for how good your line is, and how true it breeds. Where the world part of the guppies, they don't care how true it breeds. They just want to know what you brought and what it looks like. But they don't care if it breeds true or what it does or anything. They just want that one quick picture of that fish and say, well, that's the winner.
Well, then. So, are they still doing that, or are they working on that, or?
No, that's the status quo. That's the way it works. If you want to bring a guppy to the World Guppy Show, you're probably going to have a recipe guppy.
Yeah, I mean, because like the ones that I want to show do breed true. It's taken a long time to make them breed true, but they are breeding true. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't need to work on other things that I need help with. But where I got them from, that's how I got them. They were world-class guppies. But I've taken, like I said, a long time. They breed true now. But there are still things that I need to work on with them. So.
Welcome to the world of guppies, Jess.
Yeah, right. Golly.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to be a bummer, but yeah, that's kind of the way it works. I'll be right back, please.
Okay. Wow, my mind is like boggled.
Not really, Alec.
Buddy,
Bob, you know all this?
do what?
You know all this?
No. No, I've never been guppies, or I like to play guppies, but
Did you see Merdul's comment?
Where?
The one where he says that was one of the more elaborate explanations. Thank you, Terry. Bob, I would recommend you take this excerpt and make a separate video so it reaches more.
That
was quite long. Quite detailed.
I don't think that a lot of the new people getting into guppies, especially into selling guppies, understand that. I didn't understand that.
Let me explain this a little differently. The way the World Guppy Association works and the IFGA works. You're familiar with Father Fish, right? All right, Father Fish wants you to set up a planet tank that lasts for a really long time. Okay, whereas there's these plant competitions or aquarium, doggone it, what's the word? Aquarium setup planted competitions where they just take one photograph of the tank.
Yep.
Okay. That's the same way. The World Guppy Association is concerned about that one picture, where the IFGA is concerned about the long term of the hobby and can these be true breeding and so on and so forth.
So why don't Dumbos and biggies, they're not going away. People are just finding ways.
You're gonna have to join the IFGA and express your opinion. See, you're not the only one. There are the small tail guppies, and there are people that have the small tail guppies, and they don't feel like they're representative or represented enough in the IFGA. But then on the IFGA side, they did decide to make a couple classes for the round tails and the pintails, and they didn't get enough admissions to the shows, so they just canceled them. The only way you're gonna fix this, Jess, is to either pick an IFGA line and run with that, or fix it from the inside and join a club. And you don't have to be close to the club, because you can mail your fish for your shows.
Now, let me go off of that. When you mail your fish are in your water.
Right.
When you mail your fish to Asia, where the show's at?
No, wherever the show is.
Wherever the show is.
If it's the IFGA, it's going to be in the United States.
No, the World Guppy Association.
Oh, those I don't know about. I'm not a member, never been a member, never will be a member. I don't know nothing about them.
But I mean, either way, regardless, you're shipping to somewhere that is outside of your water parameters that you guppies are in.
Right.
How do your guppies do well if they are?
You're just going to have to keep your fingers crossed and see how they do. They have people that set up all the tanks. All the tanks are set up the same, and they introduce your guppy just like all the other guppies, and some don't sometimes, because that's actually a part of the curriculum. What do you call that? It's part of what they check off when they're looking at your guppy is vigor. And if your fish didn't react well to that water, right, and he's just sitting in the corner,
right,
he's going to get minus points for vigor.
Right.
But yeah, it's just a chance you take.
In that aspect, does the WGA have water parameters that they go by, that they have set for all of their?
I can't talk about the World Guppy Association. I can only talk about the IFGA.
Well,
the IFGA is going to use the local water parameters.
They don't. That's the same way. So you may live here and whatever, and you ship your fish, and just because your fish don't do well because they're not in the water parameters they're in, they don't have vigor, whatever, they're clamped.
That's a possibility.
Good friend where that
but the idea is to show your fish all over the country. You show your fish all over the country, and then at the end of the year, you all see who wins.
Wow, I've learned a lot.
Or you could just join the IFGA and you'll figure it all out on your own. I have faith in you, Jess. I think you're smart enough to figure it out.
Oh, for sure.
I see Patty woke up again.
But yeah, you're dealing with two entirely different entities that don't like each other to begin with. And the World Guppy Association cannot stand the IFGA. So yeah, you got to pick one or the other.
What is IFGA? International
Federation. IFGA, International Federation of Guppy Association, or yeah,
Okay.
International Federal Guppy Association.
I didn't know what the F was.
Something like that.
Huh.
Oh no, fancy
Guppy.
International Fancy Guppy Association. That's what it is. I'm old, man. It took me a minute. They actually were lunatic. Chewy says that they are misleading, saying they are on the international. They actually were at one time international, but the East decided that they didn't like the IFGA rules.
Who's typing?
They started just making their own. And that's why we have the World Guppy Association now. The IFGA was actually world renowned, but people tend to want to make money. And if you can make a recipe guppy where you take this guppy and it makes a really, really cool guppy, and we can make a whole ton of money, well, let's show that one instead.
Got you, buddy, there, man.
And people think that they're buying this this great, wonderful guppy, and that they're just going to colony breed it in a 10-gallon tank, and then the babies come out and they look nothing like the parents at all, and they're all like surprised.
Yep.
And all of us IFGA guys are like, well, yeah, what'd you think?
Because we're told, people don't know. Like in my case, I didn't know.
Well, I agree. They're taking advantage of you.
I know now, and I've known now for a while, but like I said, it's taken me, you know, you spend a lot of money on it, and by golly, it sucker don't breed right. Well, then it takes you a year for them getting breed right, but then you got other shit you got to work with, other stuff you got to work with after that.
It's not dark here, yes.
Well, welcome to the world of all these people that keep bringing in these Asian guppies. They're not helping the American guppy hobby at all. They saw that the American guppy prices were pretty dang high. You know, if you want to go to like Steve Qualter or somebody like that to get a trio of true breeding hack black pastels, is going to cost you like $70. So people were like, screw that, I don't want to pay that much. So they see this cool freaking guppy overseas. Hey, well, I want that one. And they ordered it, and yeah, you got what you got. I understand the deal, but I don't feel sorry for you.
Who?
If you don't do your research on the breeder and see what they've done in previous years and on and on, it's kind of like buying a horse. If you're going to buy a thoroughbred horse, you want to know the pedigree, right? So the American breeders could tell you that pedigree, where these people from overseas that They just say, here, this is what we got. You want it or not?
Alex Kumanoff. Do ATFG guppies breed true from Thailand?
He's ATFG is a seller importer. He's an importer here in the United States, and I have to say it depends on the breed. That's ATFG is all Thailand fancy guppies, and he sells on. All right, what's the? I just said it. Aquabid. And it depends on the strain, because the Asian markets do breed some of the American strains that breed true. But he also sells some of the ones that don't breed true. Man, somebody else is going to have to start talking, because I keep giving Jess bad news. She's going to hate me forever.
No, I'm making notes. That's why I got quiet.
They're talking plenty in chat about me, but not loud. Come on up and come on.
I'm enjoying chat right now. I'm cracking up.
I'm sure.
Why? What are they saying?
Oh, they've got me in and they've got me asleep. They've got me standing in the dark. All kinds of shit. I'm charging my phone's what I'm doing. And thinking what I'm going to get for my diabetes.
Against the flow.
I think one of these
How are
days, Jess, you should just call me on the phone and we can spend about an hour talking about this.
I think it would probably be more than an hour. Because we probably spent 2 or 3 of the last few days. Or last week, anyway. Yeah, I
This
know.
was very interesting, though. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the only one that. I mean, I know some people are.
How do you guys not know this? I don't understand how you don't know this.
Well, why
I'm
would
not looking. I don't
telling
look
us?
into it.
Who's telling us? Like,
Pieces of what you're talking about.
It's been going on for a long time. Look.
Yeah, I know the
All
history, but it's just not something I've ever been into.
I'm not going to mention a specific name, but we're going to take the second best fish YouTuber and the guy that started the Fish Fan. He talked about how good he was with live bears and guppies and all of that. And he made videos saying the best guppies in the world. And he got millions and millions of views. What happened to them? They're all gone. Because they didn't breed true. Yeah, they looked really cool, and the females had all kinds of weird, the females looked like males, and he was really proud of them. But did they breed? No, they didn't breed. He's a guppy expert, and they didn't breed at all. You never heard anything else about them after those videos. There's a reason. They're recipe guppies. If I got this breed of guppies over here and I breed them with this guppy over here, they make this incredible looking guppy, except it doesn't breed true. And yeah, it's going to take you for freaking ever to sort the genetics out. And that's what they do.
what do you say? What is he saying? I'm well, ATF. Thanks. Hope you are too. What is ATF? American, Asian.
See, Chewy knows what I'm talking about.
Right.
If you want to honestly go somewhere in guppy breeding, you have to get. You don't have to be a member of the IFGA, because I'm not. I'm not a member of the IFGA, but I guarantee you that any stock I buy will be from a member or a former member. And see, the initial, wasn't there, who's the God, I can't remember his name. There was a importer, well, two importers I can think of. One was Guppy Train on Facebook. He imported a lot of guppies. And there was another one on YouTube that they just were just constantly importing, and they were going, well, this is this strain, that is that strain, that is that strain, that is that strain. And they sold like crazy for a long while. Except they're not selling anymore because people realize that they're not true breeding, or they're not even close. In the IFGA, to be considered for a true breeding class, I think you have to breed at least 70% true. Whereas in the world guppy, they just, that wasn't even a consideration.
Oh, I hate you guys.
Kevin, what are you doing?
I'm not going to say anybody's names either, but I do know there is someone that still imports, at least two people I know that still import big time and sell extremely well.
Yeah, they sell really good to people that
don't know the difference. But people come back for more. Even
because they don't know, because they think they did something wrong, or people are amazing. They just keep thinking that if I breed those together, they should produce the same, and that's not the case. But people they're messed up in the way they're thinking, and they keep thinking if I get them, I can colony breed them and it'll just be fine. And that's not the way it works.
Right. Petroman, I feel like I probably don't. I need to. I need to get off and feed the fish so I can crash.
Now, I will say that there are people that have taken some of these strains and done some incredible things with them. And they're still working with them, and we're seeing some tail colors that we've never seen before.
That's the category I'm falling in right now.
Yeah, and the only way to do it, and the only way to get somewhere, is with a whole lot of hard work and trying to get that tail to look like it's supposed to with a matching dorsal. That's the hardest problem. At least that was the hardest problem for me. And good luck with it, man. If you want to go somewhere in the IFGA, you got to put in a lot of hard work. It's not easy.
That's learning about genetics, which I'm interested in genetics, Chewy. But on that note of Petroman, if I don't get off and feed my fish, I won't go to bed before I got to be back up on Breeze Stream in the morning. So,
What time is hers at?
huh?
What time is hers at?
9:30, 9:15, 9:30.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
I know. That's why it kicks me in the rear every time.
That's like 6:30 for me.
Hey, Jess. Man, I love your streams in the morning, and I am so sorry to disappoint your butt. And I'll watch in the morning. I really will. I like your streams, and I really didn't want to be the person to give you that kind of news, but I think you're doing well with your guppies, and I think if you keep at it, you'll be very successful.
You gave me great news. Like the ding, 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 ding finally went off about the IFG and the World Guppy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So yeah, don't be sorry for it. I learned something. I mean, I don't get.
We'll keep talking.
Directly attacked, yeah, and I love to learn. So, and yeah, don't feel sorry. I love it. So
we'll keep talking.
Off. Yeah, but I'm going to kick myself off, and I'm going to feed my guppies, and then I'm going to bed for a few hours. So I will see y'all in the morning on Breeze Stream. Hey, wait, I can't see to say bye.
Man, that breaks my heart.
I don't know what happened. I didn't even touch a freaking button.
No, she's out. She brought up a really good point. You know, when you look on social media and
Patty, please.
you look at, especially in the guppy clubs kind of things, they prey on the people that don't know, and they just look at, oh, look at this cool looking guppy, and they think, well, if I spend a bunch of money on this cool guppy, then I can breed it and make more money. And then they get it and they realize it doesn't breed true and it just breeds junk. I mean, it's just they're taking advantage of people that don't know.
I'm supposed to be getting some of those imported guppies from a swap that's going on this weekend.
Well, let me clarify, not every single imported guppy doesn't breed true. It's just a whole bunch of them.
These are the Green Hulks, or whatever they're called.
I wish you the best of luck with them, man.
Well, somebody offered them, and since we're business associates, I thought it would be cool to say yes, so I did. I'm not going to the swamp. They're being sent to me, so. I mean, I'll play with them, but.
Chewy's bringing up a point. Some of the fish farms are bringing in Asian stock to try and, but they're running into the same issues that the hobbyists are. You know, even if you import a bunch for your fish farm, they still don't breed true. You know, it takes generations and generations and generations to try to make a guppy look like its dad. It takes a lot of work.
Right.
So the fish farms are running into the same deal. It's kind of why some of the just the standard, you know, pet shop guppy doesn't exactly look as good as it used to. That's half the problem.
He is, Alec. Daniel, really?
All
They
right, let's
wanted-
pick another. We got to pick another discussion besides guppies. That's
Yeah,
one of
they
my
wanted-
trigger subjects.
Yeah, mine too. They asked me what I was holding up, and I told them Dubai roaches. So now they think I'm eating them. No, I had them stuck in the microwave in the dark so the cats wouldn't mess with them. So I got a little habitat set up, but I needed to warm my suit, so I had to take them out. Here goes Chewy trying to trigger you again.
I ain't saying nothing. Hey, Mike, I got a cat that looks exactly like that. Except he hates me.
Adele. They're in containers. It's not like they're running around loose.
Yeah, it was my little girl. She was found on the side of the highway in a cardboard box.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Was she a kitten or an adult?
Yeah.
People
I
suck.
think
You know what?
just barely weaned.
People really suck. Oh, that's not good there. Who's that, Chewy?
Oh, he's still, Chewy's still talking about the guppy things and trying to trigger me. I really should shut up more in other people's streams.
That was way up there. I was scrolling up to see what I missed when I was standing in the dark. That triggered everybody.
Bob, I really didn't mean to take over your stream, man.
Oh,
I
no,
really
no.
didn't.
I'm glad people got involved and started talking because it was real slow, wasn't it, Mike? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. I was trying, but it just wasn't. They weren't having it, so this wasn't the topic for the night. It's a decent topic. It just wasn't for tonight.
I've got no problem with giving a difference of opinion on some things in this hobby. I think it's a difference of opinion that needs to be said. But I really do try to do it in a diplomatic way. I'm not saying I'm very good at it, but I really do try to do it in a diplomatic way.
You don't intend any malice, and I don't ever see that either. So, but you know,
you can disagree with me all day long, and we can be friends. You name it. You can pick a subject, and we can 100% disagree with it. But as long as you're in the hobby and you're enjoying it, yeah, we're still friends. Absolutely.
after I had to learn the difference between aggression and assertiveness for psychiatric nursing, of all things, and then I got it. I realized that most fish that are called aggressive are just assertive. They don't want you in their territory. They don't want other fish. That's not aggression. It's just asserting their dominance for their territory.
Can I give another example?
Sure.
A lot of fish that we call aggressive are just hungry.
Right.
When you see a cherry pie and you're hungry, are you aggressive at that cherry pie? Do you hate that cherry pie? Is there a reason you want to kill that cherry pie? Or is it just a cherry pie and you like cherry pie and you're going to eat it?
Well, it's the same with like cichlids and stuff, right? You feed them more,
that's my
aggression
point.
goes down, right? The aggression goes down. You feed them, the aggression goes down.
It's
You
not
don't feed them
aggression,
and they
though.
start fighting.
But it's not aggression. That's what he's saying. It's assertiveness. They're hungry.
But
I want to eat. I'm not mad at the cherry pie. I just want to eat it.
agreed. And they start fighting because they are hungry.
People confuse aggression with predation. And they're entirely two different subjects. Predation is just what you eat. It doesn't mean you're mad at it. Aggression is I want you out of my territory. Just get out.
It's just everything. It's easy to lump everything as aggressiveness. The example they gave us for
And Patty, yeah, you're probably right.
assertiveness is if you're driving in the car, Terry, you and I are driving in the car or a boat, and you reach over and turn the radio down because you don't like the music I'm playing, and I turn it back up. And you say, well, that was too loud. And I say, yeah, it is, isn't it? And turn it back up. That's not aggression. That's just me asserting the fact that I want to hear my music loud.
Right.
And people would say, no, you're aggressive. No, that's assertiveness. That's the actual example they gave us. It wasn't you and I, but it was that.
No, I understand exactly what you're trying to say.
Yep.
And that's my whole point too. Is there's a whole different thing between predation, meaning what you eat. As a species, you have evolved to eat certain things, and aggression. Aggression is an entirely different issue.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know how deep we want to go down that rabbit hole.
Aggression and assertion are two different things that get lumped into aggression. That's a good summary, Madhu. What's the word you were looking for, Kevin?
Oh, Rachel, Merdul had said aggression and assertion are two things that are lumped into aggression. And I said, yes, thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
And I said, what's the word? What was the word?
Assertion.
That's what we've been talking about. Assertion. Kids don't listen.
I know.
All right. Petro Man's got a 75-gallon tank full of guppies and just enjoy them. Don't care about breeding or selling. All right. Are you rocking her, Mike?
Yeah.
I do the same with Yazzie. And Rico, I never bring him up on camera. He wants to sleep.
Mine's too big. She'd hate it.
I got a question. How many people have had like an Oscar? They buy a small to medium Oscar, and then they buy some feeder fish because that Oscar is just so aggressive. He's going to eat those things, and they wind up with 3 or 4 feeder fish that grow up with that Oscar. It's because that Oscar was not aggressive to any of those feeder fish. He just saw them as a floating hot dog. And when they got so big that he couldn't eat them, then they just became a floating something else besides a hot dog.
Right.
You know, people confuse predation with aggression when it comes to cichlids a lot. Just because a cichlid eats other fish doesn't necessarily mean it's aggressive. It just means that it eats other fish.
Almost any omnivore fish will eat other fish.
Exactly. That's kind of my whole point.
They can get them in there, it's gone.
Yeah, fish don't eat other fish because they're mad at them. They're hungry.
Right. They just eat them because they eat them. I ain't got nothing against you, but you're a hell of a lot smaller than me, so see you later. Bye.
Patty said the cat's got good judgment. Okay.
Oh, I told Patty, I said that to Patty earlier. I said, yeah, you're probably right, Patty. We have two cats. One loves me to death, and the other one doesn't want anything to do with me.
Yeah, I have 3. Patty, don't be fooled by looks. This one here is a royal pain in the butt.
Why?
I missed that, man. You. I was reading it and then it went away. What in the heck was that? How many pet shops in general the employees sell Oscars and Neon Tetris to without asking? Are these for different aquariums? Chewy, man, that's been a question that's been going on forever. I don't know how you fix something like that. You can't unless you mandate how you have to interact with a customer. I've worked in a pet store, and you can only ask so many questions.
Kevin.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Kevin, to answer your question, one morning last week, I woke up. Both my phones were gone. My glasses were gone. My lighter was gone. And that was a good day.
The heck happened? What, you get rolled by a cat?
Yeah, this one right here.
What do you do with them?
No, he got on his chest and just... That's what cats do, man. They just shove stuff off. And then they look at it and go, cool.
Alec, I have 3 cats. I have Dharma right here watching me. I don't know why, because I'm having tomato soup. And Tibby. And then the old one is Holly.
Oh.
They just knock stuff off just to knock stuff off.
Yep.
Now that is aggression because they're just doing it just to get a rise out of you.
Yeah. You know,
they ain't doing it to eat it. They're just doing it to go, yeah, let me see if I can piss you off.
That's very true. I read one time.
That's assertiveness.
I think it's just a cat calling the shots. I read one time that a cat really doesn't care if it gets negative or positive behavior just so it can get you to react. And definitely Dharma loves to knock things off. I'll say, don't do it. And she'll watch me and knock it right off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's assertiveness. That's the cat going, yeah, I'm going to do what I want.
Yep. I quit wearing a wristwatch because of a former cat I had. I was too much trouble to take it off and put it in the drawer at the end of the day. And the third time he broke it, I'm like, nope, not wearing it anymore.
Hey, Mike, what plant's that? Is that a micro sword or a crap? I can't remember the name.
No, it's Val.
Oh, that is Vallisneria?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, it went nuts in that tank.
I know my uncle had a Bengal cat, and my brother hated it. It would scratch him. It was mean. And of course, I can't have cats because I'm
Oh,
allergic.
look at that. That looks even better. That's definitely not just the normal jungle valve, though, because it's so short.
Well, this is all new shoots over here. It's pretty tall in the middle, and I cut it back sometimes too.
Man, that looks great. You got, what else do you have in it?
It's got my Subu dwarf compressor sets, shell dwellers.
Oh, okay. That's usually not kind of the normal kind of setup you see for shell dwellers.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, it's probably not too far got off from actual wild, though. Lake Malawai in the shallows used to have a lot of Vallisneria in it, and it kind of went away for a while, but they're trying to bring it back.
Yeah, the Subus are very aggressive. And that gives them hiding spots. And
Oh, absolutely. No, I like it. I like the whole look of the tank. That's nice.
I got probably another 6 months before I can start breeding them.
No, they'll just do it on their own. Do you have a young colony or?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just do it on their own.
They're pretty slow growers, so.
See you, Kevin.
Take care, Kevin.
Wow, he didn't even say goodbye, man. He was just, I'm out.
He just posted it and went. I think Merdul hurt his feelings.
Who did?
Merdul.
Oh, come on. Murder never hurt anybody.
He hurt my feelings.
Really?
Yep.
What, the last one you had and he stepped on it or what?
Yep. Said I was asleep, standing in the dark. No, he didn't. He wasn't said now. He hadn't caught up yet.
I used to say that at work when somebody'd say something about you. You go, God damn it, I had one feeling and you just stepped all over it.
Now he's laughing about it.
Dang, I almost been up 24 hours.
Well, why is that?
I don't know.
If we make it that far, we still have 25 people. If we make it that far, I'm going to go another 20 minutes or so, and that'll be 5 hours. I think Anthony would be proud of us.
Holy cow.
All right. Well, if we're going to go another 25 minutes, all right, both of you guys got to say a closing argument or say something profound or pick a subject.
Everything I say is profound.
Oh, yeah, really?
Okay. Something to go down the wormhole on is what's everybody's thoughts on hybrid fish?
Say that again?
What's everybody's thoughts on hybrid fish?
I still didn't hear it.
Oh, I got it. Well, what are our thoughts on hybrid fish?
Well, I thought he said spots. Jesus.
Man, that's a hard question to answer.
Patty's already making bets.
See, I'm not opposed to pissing people off, so I'll just go ahead and say I'm 100% against hybrids. But they happen in nature as well. If it wasn't for hybrids, we wouldn't have the diversity that we have now. So I'm not a hypocrite. I mean, I understand it. But I think some of the hybrids we have would have never happened in the wild. And I think we have taken things too far. And I am more into wild type species. But again, I love guppies and I love what we've done to the angelfish, and I understand 100% that I'm a hypocrite by saying so. But yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of hybrids at all. Especially in the African cichlid hobby. I think it's gone way too nuts.
Actually, I'm not, Patty. Yeah, it's like hybrids. You know, there's some beautiful fish out there. I love my blood parrots, but I don't care for flower horns. And I don't agree with two closely related cichlids being let to hybrid. So, you know, it's back and forth, mixed feelings.
So you agree you're a hypocrite too?
Basically, yeah.
It basically just comes down to what your personal feelings are, and a decision you're just going to have to make on your own.
Yep, exactly.
I'm not going to bash a person that, like and please don't take this as an insult, okay? This has got nothing to do with me and you. I'm talking about the fish. The blood parrot, to me, is an abomination. It can't close its own mouth. It's missing spinal sections. It's literally compressed. I don't think it was a fish that should have ever been bred. But to many people, they look at it and go, man, that's the coolest fish ever. And there's a ton of people that keep them. And, you know, who am I to say what's right or wrong? I can only have just my opinion about them, and that's my opinion. But my opinion doesn't mean crap. I'm just a moron with a couple fish tanks. So if you want to keep that fish, I've got no animosity against you at all. I mean, you're a fish keeper. And we can just say, you know, well, you like that fish. Well, I don't like that fish. But I'll be willing to bet if we talk for 10 minutes longer, there's going to be 10 other fish that you like and I don't like. So,
right.
You know, what difference does it make?
And I think that's with every fish keeper. Not every fish is for every keeper.
Looks like somebody else is triggered now on that topic.
If you keep a fish I don't like, it's nothing against you.
Right.
I just don't keep it.
See, that's the thing I don't, and that's what I wanted to stress to make sure that now I don't consider the parrot cichlid desirable, but you keep them. That doesn't mean we can't be friends.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's neat you keep them, and it's just not for me. And a lot of people have got to understand that you got to let shit go like that and just go, well, that's not for me. But that doesn't mean that you got to have animosity against somebody else.
Or put somebody down for keeping them, or
Exactly. You get, sometimes, people go through evolutions as they go through this hobby, and they reach a point. Let's say they started off with guppies, and then they went to platies, and then they went to African cichlids, and then they're so into African cichlids. And then when they talk to somebody that just wants to keep guppies, they kind of talk down to them because that's where they started. Yeah, you need to avoid that. You shouldn't do that, because there are some people that are really knowledgeable in the hobby that keep guppies. And just because you started off with guppies and moved up to African cichlids doesn't mean that guppy hobbyist doesn't know what he's talking about.
right.
You gotta you gotta tread water where you need to tread water, if that makes any sense.
Right.
And never ever criticize a fellow hobbyist for his hobby. Just don't do it. It's just wrong. Whether you agree with it or not, don't do it.
Right. Where I take issue is if you're trying to sell a fish that is a hybrid that looks very similar to the original, and you're trying to pass it off as that.
Yes, I have a huge problem with. You have to be honest with what you have. And the problem is honesty's not always in the hobby.
Right.
And basically my main problem with the whole hybrid idea with cichlids anyways is it's diluting our hobby. People get, let's say they go to an auction and they buy two groups of a Lunacara, peacock cichlids, and they put them together, and then they sell the fry at 1 inch at whichever name they pick, but you got a 50-50 chance. It's diluting our hobby.
Yeah.
And that I have a problem with. But, people are who people are, and I don't know how you could fix that.
It's the same problem with all the different bans on different types of fish. We as hobbyists have to do a better job of policing ourselves.
Oh, I 100% agree.
We wouldn't have
that's the problem, but how do you do it?
Yeah.
I'm listening. I was going to say that Merdul made some good points down there. I highlighted the first one.
Technically, hybrids have, well, that's what I said, that they happen in nature. Not often, but they do.
Right. But read on. Come on, Dan. Go on. Go on. Go on, silly. You're so silly. Oops, I thought I was muted.
Given in nature, hybrids happen very rarely. Very rarely, if ever.
I think it's primarily, from what I understand, it's when one of their kind isn't available.
Right.
Really
It's
have-
usually when they're in a confined space and they've got no other choice.
And they really, feel obligated to propagate their species. I guess.
And it's just saying what I said. Sometimes they do happen in nature, but it is rare.
Right.
And to even happen in nature, it has to happen between very closely related species.
I feel like I'm turning into fish room fever. It's like 20 times I've said exactly.
Now, here's a question. Vinoski Tanks asks, how about hybrid in guppy strains? How is there a hybrid in guppy strains? How is that even possible? They're all guppies. Maybe somebody needs to say what a hybrid actually is. And that's when two different species actually mate. Guppies are guppies. It's like a dog is a dog. I don't understand how you could possibly have a hybrid guppy. They're all the same species. Well, not to mention Chewy, Lunatic Fringe. Not to mention 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, hybrids are sterile to begin with. So, yeah, nature usually calls them out. That Alec Komanoff, he's more getting into what I was kind of talking about. The hybrids in African cichlids, it's not a trigger of mine. It's just a nature of what's going on in the African cichlid hobby that, man, you either hate it, you love it, or you're indifferent. But yeah, the African cichlid hobby has got a big issue with the hybridization.
Yeah, I know in Africans, a lot of people have problems with OBs. I think they're beautiful fish, but
They are beautiful fish. But there was OB beautiful fish before they made OB beautiful peacocks.
yeah.
That's the thing that gets me is the new hobbyist doesn't know what the old fish looked like. There was already OB fish. They just weren't peacocks. They were full of bornei, I think they were. Yeah, full of bornei. So they you still had the orange blotch fish. It just wasn't a peacock. Then somebody somewhere got all, I don't know how they did it, but somehow they got a full of Bornei and a Luna Cara together and made what we now have, the peacock orange blotch. Did we really need it? No, because we already had the other one. So why did we need another one? But it is what it is, and that's why I got out of the African cichlid hobby a while ago, man, because it got nuts.
People are telling me I'm on mute. I'm talking to my dogs and telling them to shut up and stuff. And people think I'm talking to the chat. Thank you, Merdul. Thank you, Sandy. I guess a lot of times I am trying to talk to the chat and I'm muted.
I don't know. I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, and I don't want to annihilate other people from the hobby. So, when we talk about these subjects, we got to do it in a decent way.
Right.
And they're tough. What Chewy's bringing up, these are tough questions. They're hard to answer. And I don't know how they'll ever get answered, especially with what's going on in the West, or I'm sorry, the East, and with everybody's looking for the next glowfish and how to make money in the hobby. Even these people like we were talking about earlier, these people making these designer guppies are preying on the American thing where they think that they can just breed them together and make more. It's kind of the bad side of the hobby. And man, there's so many other good parts of the hobby. But I don't know. Eventually, you kind of have to talk about the bad parts of the hobby. I don't know. It's just at what context do you bring it up, and who wants to do it? I mean, I'm willing to do it, but I can make a live stream about it, no problem, because nobody likes me anyways. So I'm cool with it. But,
that's not true, Terry.
Man, it's a hard discussion to have.
It is, and all of us bring all of our who we are, aside from fish keepers and hobbyists and breeders, to the table. So not everyone's as agreeable as you and diplomatic as you, and we've all seen that and experienced it at some time, and there's no need for it. But you're not going to change people just because you're talking about fish.
Well, yeah, and I think people find their own way over time. It's just like Jess tonight. Just like Jess tonight. She wasn't a guppy expert by any means, but she had some really good guppies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But then tonight she learned some things. Things that she didn't think of when she bought her guppies. So...
Yeah, I felt kind of bad when she said, did you know all this, Bob, or did you know these things? And I'm like, no, I'm not a breeder and I don't show them, and I just know what I like. I like to collect guppies, but I don't like to sell them. And
people find their own way in this hobby.
Yeah.
Bob, you found your own way, right? Mike, you found your own way.
Right.
I know I found my own way. Newer people that they have the YouTube thing that we're doing right now, but they're still gonna find their own way. They're gonna find people either like us, or they're gonna find people like another channel or some other channel. Everybody's gonna find their own way in this hobby eventually. I mean, you're either gonna stick with it or you're not. So yeah.
And I think, the bad things in our hobby, we come together and discuss about it, but both sides have to come in open-minded. If you're there to change the other person's mind, it's not going to go well.
Oh, I absolutely 100% agree. And for the most part, I don't even know what topics we could disagree on. For the most part, especially when you get into the clubs, when you get into disagreements, it usually winds up at the club level of whether it's a cichlid club or a guppy club, and you bring up a topic that just some people can't disagree or can't agree on. What makes me angry is there's some YouTubers out there that are talking about the way they keep their tanks, and they kind of push it like that's the only way to keep their tanks. And I'm like, man, I've been doing this a really long time, and I figured out a whole bunch of different ways to keep fish tanks. And you really should not be out there promoting yourself that way. And I'm a big, I am really against that aspect.
Oh, I know, Jess. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I just kind of felt bad that I knew what you were, like the realization that you were coming to, and I couldn't share that. I couldn't empathize because we have different paths with our guppies. That's all I meant. Oh no, I got you. Yeah, I knew that's what you meant. I just like to keep the pretty things. I mean, I play with them, and that didn't sound right either.
You
I
know,
just like to
that's
collect
the
them.
thing that nowadays the having that IFGA show title behind you doesn't help you anymore. I'm sure if you ask a lot of the IFGA breeders, they're going to tell you they're not selling guppies like they used to. And some people are learning that the stuff they're buying from import doesn't breed true, but that's going to be a slow process. It's going to take a long time before people realize that, yeah, they're not getting what you're getting.
Holly's still lurking. If something does happen to the stream, I'm trying to go in on YouTube. I don't think it will affect our stream at all.
But what I like with guys like you, Bob, Jess, Chewy, Madrill, I love to have just the open discussion without anybody getting pissed off.
Right. Oh yeah.
And that's a problem because, it sometimes if you give a different opinion on something, then somebody takes offense, and it shouldn't be that way.
No, it shouldn't. But that's kind of where I was going with. People are, just because you're talking about fish, they if they have issues talking about, the sky or birds or a plant, they're still
Oh,
going to have those.
I've seen people more adamant about fish than they were about the sun coming up in the morning.
Yep.
I mean, they get pretty adamant about it. So, uh, that's kind of one of the things I'm about, and I've done a live stream about it. Is don't be a one trick pony. You need to when as you go through this hobby and you talk to other people in this hobby, you need to absorb every freaking thing those people say because you might need it later. You need to become a sponge and learn everything you can from every fish keeper you can, especially if they're good at what they're doing.
Good
And
night, Sandy. Thank you.
you'll find that you'll come out in the long run a lot better off than if you just go with, well, this person told me this is the way I'm supposed to do it, and this is the only way I'm going to do it. I believe me, you'll be a lot better off if you listen to a whole bunch of people.
Right.
Yeah, because if somebody's not open to hearing other things, then they're really losing out on options that may be better. So
Just having the options alone, I mean, why wouldn't you not have more options than just one? I mean,
yeah,
you got to have them because eventually you're going to wind up in a situation that's new to you. That's never happened to you before, but yet you may have talked to somebody that had just went through that situation, and you might have a better idea on how to approach it.
exactly. There I go again. What's James doing to me? We still have 26 people watching.
Well, that's just because you're so sexy, Bob.
I know. This waddle really turns on the ladies. Well, I took my medicines about 10 minutes ago, and it takes about 30 minutes, but a couple of them make me real sleepy. So we won't get too far.
Well, how long are you going to be on?
Me on here?
Yeah.
No more than 15 or 20 minutes, if that. Because that.
All right. 20 minutes, then I gotta go. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna be able to keep my eyes open, lurking and absorbing and calling. I thought you were never going to turn blue, Myrtle. It finally did. Uh, Jess, are you still here? Yeah, I know, casual. That's the way it is sometimes.
All right, what are we talking about?
I was trying to see if Jess was still here, but I'm not sure she is.
Ah, yeah, she's here.
There she is.
I don't think she wanted to hear anything I had to say, though.
She's feeding fish. So many of us feed fish in the middle of the night, literally.
Oh, I know. I watched you doing it one night. Whose stream was that on? You were feeding your fish, and I was talking to you while you were doing it. That was somebody streaming, and I felt bad for the guy because we took up his entire stream, just you and me talking while you were feeding his fish.
Was it Catfish Terry? Maybe. Yeah, we're just taking a power nap.
I apologize. I'm very opinionated on a lot of fish topics, and a lot of the fish fam doesn't know who I am yet. I hope to change that over time, but I don't know.
Sometimes it's better they don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I was kind of going with it. Is, man,
Careful what you ask for.
yeah, there's some really popular aquarium keepers out there, and I do not want to become anything like them. It's kind of not my style, and
Yes, if I stood in the dark and slept for a good 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've spent the last year trying to fly under the radar.
And then we spotted you.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Bob.
well, how many tanks you got, Mike?
About 20.
Yeah, that's a cool number. What? Right now, I understand as you go through the hobby, you go down a bunch of rabbit holes. So, what rabbit hole are you down right now?
Right now, reptiles.
What was that? Reptiles?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Giving up on the water things and just
Not completely.
Margot says, then yeah, we have.
My health's not the best anymore, and it's getting harder and harder to lug fish tanks around. So,
oh God, don't even go there.
You have that rack, the racks that I like, Mike, I see. Kevin was talking about, he calls them the Edsel rack because him and Dad were trying to put one together and they couldn't get the bottom. the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point. No offense against Kevin, but I also have an Edsel rack, and I was able to put it together myself. I just didn't like it.
That's what I've got a bunch of them, and I've put all of them together myself.
Yeah, I've got several of these racks too around, and they're easy to put together. If they're good enough for aquarium co-op, they're good enough for me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, they work and they're cheap, so.
Yeah.
Yep. Really.
I just, you're dealing with just a standard 4-foot shelf, and I wanted something different. So, it was like, well, I can't use a 4-foot shelf. So I just said, screw it. I'll just build it myself. And that's the only when we were talking about that with Kevin, and I think it was on your stream, Bob, that I've got nothing against the pre-built shelves, except you're kind of stuck with a footprint, whether that fits your tank or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest reason I said screw it, I'm just gonna build my own. And
Yeah. Well, they're perfect for 40 breeders because they
Right.
fit on there. But yeah, you got to work with them for the rest. Oh, I'm not leaving, Alec. I was saying goodnight to somebody and I didn't type their name. Sorry. But if you're leaving, good night. I've created. Yeah.
IHSP, just pull the trigger, man. Figure it out. You'll learn.
You know, I bought one of those standing chairs that you can. It's the height of your butt, so you just slide back on it, and you can stand up and down. It's real ergonomic. Anyway, comes in the box though, so they wanted to know if I wanted to take it and put it together, or they should put it together. I said, "Oh no, you put it together. I can do it, but I didn't want to fool with it. $15, but yeah, it was worth it." They said it'll be ready in 24 to 48 hours. And I went across the street to the pharmacy and they called me and said, "Your chair's ready." Staples.
I'm the guy, screw it, I'll put it together myself.
Well, I can. I had so much going on today. I didn't want to fool it. And I really didn't want to take it today. Had other stuff to unload, but I did.
There's a few power tools I don't have, but if I ever need them, I'll buy them. And I generally have every freaking power tool you could possibly imagine that you would need in a household environment, and a few that you'd probably ever need.
I've got a pretty good collection of stuff by now. That I end up taking some of my tools to the Ark and doing things over there. And so if I can't find them here, I know I've left them over there.
Yeah, with me, if I can't build it with a screw gun, then somebody else can put it together.
No, you got to have an impact wrench. Come on, man. Think I put that together? You think I put these together with a freaking screw gun? Ain't no way. Yeah, an impact wrench, man. I welded that wood together.
Yeah. I had my last three stands built because they were big tanks. I'm real pleased with them.
This was my rack system's actually pretty simple. I am gonna do a video on how I did it with the electric and the whole thing, and it's attached at the top and attached and literally bolted to the bottom. Yeah, it ain't going nowhere, and it's a real simple construction, but people will say, well, you can't do this. But the only reason you can't do it is because they just run wood screws through. So the screw only goes through halfway through the wood, and this board's holding all the weight, and it's only got half of a screw holding it, and eventually that half a screw fails.
Mm-hmm.
And I through bolted everything with 3/8 bolts, and then just impacted everything together. So yeah, none of that's going anywhere.
Uh-oh, server's up.
My plan tomorrow is putting more of these on, so like down here you won't see the glare, and yeah, putting all those on. That's tomorrow's project.
Whose stream is that, Mardul? And that one. Skipper's up getting ready for work at 4:20.
Holy crap! It's 3 o'clock in the freaking morning.
4 here.
Oh God.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Thanks for it, Gary. It was a good chat. You really saved us there.
Yeah, Terry was.
I'm just a moron with a fish tank, man. I don't know crap. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Terry, see you, Terry.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. It's been fun. I can't believe we've been here 5 hours. So.
I know it. I know it. You were quiet. I didn't know if you didn't feel good or, well, you said you've been up 24 hours. That would do it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Rest. And we had some super chatters, I think, didn't we? I think. Yeah.
Thought I saw a couple early.
Yeah, Kim, and I can't remember who the other one was. It was that new fellow. Yeah, long since gone. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, moderators and lurkers and chatters and everybody. That 47 likes and 1 dislike. Hey, take that to the bank all day. Good night. Bye,
See
Mike.
you, everybody. Take care, Bob.
Thank you. Exactly, Chewy. How did I get the heck out of there? Oh, here we go.